meant to start the VOD earlier, but I didn't. Oh, you're skipping work. Even worse. Skipper. Twisted my knee on Friday when I was at the Halloween ball with my friends, and I'm still letting it heal. I wish I could call out when I've got a busted up knee. That'd be nice. You don't have the hours. It's annoying. Especially since I work a physical job. So... I feel that. That was me in September. I'm still reeling. I've got $100 in the bank account right now that I have to make last till the next paycheck on Thursday. And no, it's less than 100. It's currently 120, 125. But I need to fill up on gas before my next paycheck, which is a $40 fill up. So I've got like $90, $80 to $90 in my bank account that I can use, because I've already paid off all of the monthly bills and rent and all that, and I went ahead and set max the final 200 this week, instead of waiting until the next paycheck, partially so I wouldn't spend any money this week, because I've developed a mild shopping addiction thanks to AliExpress, and I'm trying to curb that. And I spent way too much money last month, or in September, which I put a lot of it on my credit card, and so it's due like next month. So usually I only spend between $200 and $300 on my credit card each month, which is about where I like to keep it, because it's usually not hard for me to come up with that at the end of the month. And then, yeah, it really is. But I spent almost $600 on it. Granted, I wasn't just buying stuff off AliExpress. I also bought stuff from Lego, and I bought stuff from Amazon, and I bought some stuff for the second Prime Day that they did, and towards the front half of October, I bought some stuff off the Prime Day deals. This hoodie being one of those things. Spent $200 on that. I spent $200 here, $200 there that I shouldn't be spending. That A24 order that I put in a little while ago ships out tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. If I could afford the pay cut of a physical labor job, I would absolutely do it. Much easier to work with. The pay cut? I wish I could work a job where I get to fucking sit all day and get paid more money. That'd be great. I'm built for physical labor, though. Mentally, anyways. Yeah, I always take. I'm not always great at taking compliments, but you're always welcome to give them, though. Christian, just so you know, they're in the process of ripping up the road that is approximately 2 feet from my window. So if you're hearing construction noises, that's why. It's because there's literally a bulldozer so close to my window that that's probably like a body's length from my window to the road. So it's literally right there. I could hold the camera up to the window and you'd be able to see the bulldozer. So I don't know why they pounded the ground all flat if they're just gonna fucking rip it up. I don't understand. Why? A 90s grunge rocker. Is it the hair? It's getting a little long. It's not quite to the point that I need to cut it. I'll probably let it go another couple months before I cut it, but whenever I go in to get the line remade on the undercut, because I want to move it up, I just haven't had the money, and then when I have had the money, I haven't had the energy to go and get it cut, because I want the line moved of where the undercut is. I want it to kind of match up with where that is, like with where this, like when I do that, I want it to line up there, so I don't want all this extra hair here. I want it to actually look like I have an undercut when I swoop it to the side. And it's more of like a rounded line right now, and I want it to be a bit more straight. So like when I swoop my hair to one side like this, I've got all this extra hair. Go away. So it doesn't even look like I have an undercut. which is part of the point of an undercut. It's just not the vibe I'm looking for. But then my line's a bit straighter, like this. It's a bit straighter down my head. Whereas right now, when it's all up like that, it's more of a like a swoop down. And I'm not looking for that. But I haven't had the energy or money, so. Work from home is nice, but it requires being able to mentally separate work from home. The corporate world also requires a lot of social skills and stuff that does not work naturally for my neurodivergent brain. Yeah, that's what I mean by I'm more built for a physical labor job. I mean, I'm more mentally good at doing physical tasks than I am at doing, like, emails and phone calls. And, like, the thought of doing Max's job, no. I'm not cut out for it. Not just because I'm not smart enough. I'm not. But I couldn't sit and read medical documents all day. Fucking spell check and punctuation checking it all. I would literally lose my mind. I would literally go insane. I would be so bored. Also, apologies. I'm still a little bit sick. So apologies for any sniffles. Especially since I'm up close to the mic. If I do any like weird gross noises, I'll make sure to lean away. Where if I gotta do any big big inhales or anything, I'll move away. But I'm still a bit nasally and sick, so yeah, I am. I don't want to be. Well, I do. I don't think I ever want to do a desk job. I don't think I'm cut out for it. But like, unless it's this. This is technically a desk job because I sit at a desk. This is the only desk job I'd be like, yes, I'll do this job. if streaming's gonna be my desk job, absolutely, I'll do it all day, every day. But I like a typical desk job, I couldn't manage. I don't think I could do it. And I haven't had to, fortunately. I think they might have made it past this first window. It might be further down by now. Because as I've mentioned it before, but I think I want to try doing scuba stuff in the future. I don't know if I like scuba diving though, so we'll have to see about that. That's a down the line thing. That's like a few years from now before I even get to dip my toe in the water. So this is true. This is true. If only. Not my feet though. No, don't touch my feet. It's gross. No. I don't like feet. Even my own. No. No feet. I need a back and neck massage. That's what I need. I know that's not off camera, but that's what I need. Those are the massages that I could use. That would be beneficial to my health. Although I do have weak arches, so technically a foot massage wouldn't be bad either, but in terms of comfort, I think it would make me mentally uncomfortable to have someone massaging my feet. Whereas my neck and shoulders could absolutely use it all the time. Any second of the day, I'm tight up in there. Just all the time, just clenched. Even if I don't mean to be. Like right now, like it's... so tight. So I'm constantly cracking my neck because it's the only thing that loosens it up. Sounds like I'm backed up. I think I'm doing better. See, I'm gonna say this and then be wrong. I think I'm doing better at impulse control when it comes to buying things that I don't need. I did buy something I didn't need at work on Saturday. Like while I was standing there, I saw a product while I was working and I was like, I need this, and I bought it on the spot. But it was only like a $20 purchase, so it wasn't that bad. It wasn't like a big purchase. It wasn't like hundreds of dollars like I have been doing on AliExpress, where I buy $80+ worth of stuff in one go that I don't really need. And this $20 purchase wasn't something I really need either. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it's not like gonna kill me. which is the only reason I made it. If it had been more than that, I wouldn't have. But I've caught myself a couple of times where I'm like scrolling, looking at like someone's merch or, you know, something like that, where I'm like, oh, I really want this. And I'm like thinking about, and then I'm like, wait, no, I can't afford this. What am I doing? Stop. And then I close out of it and I move on to the next thing. That's the only upside to ADHD, is once I close out of the tab that I'm scrolling through and like preoccupy my brain with something else, I forget about that purchase. So sometimes I can utilize my ADHD in that way, but you know, I do programming, so I don't have to talk with people as much as other roles, but I do need to learn how to if I want to end up doing work, because it's those people who give me my tasks. What is it I keep attracting all the IT peoples? I feel like that's like the main group of people that I attract, are people who do IT stuff, IT based stuff, like IT-ish, computery stuff, because that's what Jimmy does too. Speaking of, where the fuck is Jimmy at? Jimmy, sir, where the fuck? I wasn't in the mood for, I really honestly got really bored with FNAF VR like really fast, which I'm really disappointed by. I really didn't expect to get as bored by it as I did. That's true. That's fair. Although most of my audience isn't queer. Recently, I've obtained a few queers in my group, in my regular viewership group. Everyone here, for example, but the main base of people that I've had over the years isn't queer yet. They're all neurodivergent, most likely, but not all of them are queer. But yeah, I would agree that might be part of it. To my knowledge, Jimmy isn't queer, so unless I'm forgetting something, which is very possible. Knowing my shitty ass memory, it's definitely possible, but I don't think he was. So yeah, I know Christian is. I think Jimmy's straight though. Straight and cis. And then Jarek is. And those are the two that have been around the longest, along with Stray, who is queer. Sorry, I was gonna try to say who is not cishet, which doesn't make sense. It would make more sense to say that they're queer. But they're the three staples of the channel. I know Stray isn't around very often, but used to be. They'd at least be lurking in the chat, even if they weren't saying anything. I'm probably buried in their tabs somewhere. That wouldn't surprise me. My first episode of my Spider-Man playthrough, though, got quite a bit of views from my VOD channel. It's got 48 views on it right now, which is pretty high for a game, for one on my VOD channel. It's rare that I get more than 20 on a VOD, so hell, it's rare that I get double digits on the VOD channel, so but when I started playing Spider-Man last week, it was just overwhelming. There was too many new controls and interfaces, and like it was just too much. I was overwhelmed, and I couldn't get into it because I was too tired and overwhelmed by it. And then today, with all of the scrolling on TikTok I did last night, I mentally haven't been in the place where I could handle that level of complexity. I've just got too much else on my mind to be able to absorb it in a way that's fun. And then VR I got bored with the FNAF game really fast, which I didn't expect. And I think in hindsight, it makes sense that I got bored with it, because after I beat the first game, because it has FNAF 1, 2, 3, and then it has mini games, right? And FNAF 4 is probably my favorite FNAF game. I've not played all of them, to be fair. But I think FNAF 4 is the scariest of them. And then FNAF 1, of course, classic. I find FNAF 2 to be too complicated, and FNAF 3 is boring. So once I beat the first one in VR, and I played the first night of FNAF 2 where nothing happens, and the first night of FNAF 3 where nothing happens, I didn't really, I wasn't vibing anymore. And I didn't really want to play more. So I did some of the mini games, and now I don't really have any interest to go back. Yeah. I think it'd be fun to play Security Breach. But I'd have to play it on my computer if I wanted to experience it in any sort of fun way. But it would probably make my computer melt, because it's a very poorly made game, and therefore takes a lot of computer energy to run. And it's also first person and makes me motion sick. So there's a lot of reasons not to play it. So I won't be doing that. The Remedyverse. I've got I own Alan Wake, which I'll play at some point. That's part of the Remedyverse, right? I own Alan Wake, so I will play it at some point. And I know Alan Wake 2 is a thing that's on the way, right? Yeah. I'm gonna play Alan Wake at some point. I don't have it on like the schedule or anything. Maybe if I'm in the mood, maybe after the Spider-Man game. But I own it, so it'll get played at some point. I still gotta play the second God of War game. I've got a couple others saved, like Death Stranding and stuff like that I've got saved to play. Yeah. Scott Cawthon, yeah. But I don't really have plans as to what is getting played when. I would like to play the Silent Hill. I'm gonna play the Silent Hill remake when it comes out, because I wanted to play Silent Hill 2. Is it 2? Yeah, I tried to play Silent Hill 2 on the emulator, but it didn't. It wasn't doing it for me. It wouldn't run properly. So I was like, I'll just wait for the remake to come out. So I will be playing that when it comes out. But I don't really have like I'm gonna play this game and then I'm gonna play this game, or I'll play this game on these days, this game on these days. Especially since it's peak season right now. They called MET for the whole month, so there won't be any Wednesday streams this month. Unless they get canceled, and even then I might still not stream. And that'll probably continue through December as well. Right now they've only sent it out for November, but I'm sure they'll send it out for some of December as well. I really did expect to have a couple weeks before that started up, but whatever. So that's only 2 streams a week, so I'm not going to do like one game one day, another game another. If I do anything like that, it'll be game one day, Reddit another day. Like this week, I'll probably play Spider-Man tomorrow if I'm in a better mood for it. Today we might move to Reddit at some point, I don't know. We might just sit and chit chat. I like to sit and chit chat. So, there's Jimmy. He is alive. He's late though. The audacity. He's probably eating. Late. You're late to class, Jimmy. Get it together. I know class started early today, but that's no excuse. That's no excuse either. NMG's at work, and Christian skipped work. What's your excuse, Jimmy? And the people outside my window are currently at work, but they're still out there. I wonder if they are still ripping up the road. I'm gonna go looking to see, because I've got a view of the whole end of the road from my apartment. Yep. They're out in the window. See, I can probably get a photo of it on my phone and post it to the Discord. No, you won't, Christian. I am the Almighty. How dare you? How dare you threaten my reign? Oh, you won't be able to see it. And it's not doxing enough of a photo. Because it's just a photo of a building under construction. It's not exactly specific. I was eating, okay? I was eating. I'm talking to Max. And Max is a great excuse. So, thank you very much. That's the view from my window, by the way. An hour and 15 minutes. Well, I was gonna start at noon, and then I got distracted, and then I started at 12:30 instead of noon. Yeah, the picture I posted in the Discord is the view from the window that's right above me, that if I tilt the camera up, you'd be able to see. They're in the process of ripping up the street, so. Oh. So they're quite literally right outside. Do I have a bug bite on the back of my leg? Why does this itch so much? What the hell is going on? Why is it so itchy? Why does the back of my shin itch? I think it's a bug bite. How? It's 20 degrees outside. What the shit? Oh. Yeah, but today's going to be just chatting. And then tomorrow we'll probably play Spider-Man. Probably. Maybe. Assuming I wake up. Assuming I bother to wake up on time. Oh, we'll see. You never know with me. You never know. Well, take some drugs, Jimmy. Take some drugs. If you haven't already. But I'm looking forward to having a repaved road. Has my thing been delivered yet? I haven't gotten a delivery notification, but it's supposed to get here like an hour ago. I think the order that I shouldn't have made, but I did make, that one. Oh, now arriving 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Where is it? Oh, I don't have how many stops away it is? Oh, that's rude. I'm also going to walk down to the mailroom to pick it up because I didn't have it delivered to straight to my apartment because that's a bad idea. Because I have no idea of knowing when it's going to be delivered during the day, so... If I have the money next year, I'm going to probably buy a Google Pixel tablet because they're not that expensive. They're only $400. That's really not bad for a tablet these days. So, and if it goes on a really good sale for Black Friday this year, I might buy it this month. We'll see. And by really good, I mean like 50% off. It'll have to be a big deal for me to justify that amount of money right now on something I don't need, on something I would just be buying for the fuck of it. So, and for the fun of it. This is what my freshly washed hair looks like. I have not slept since I washed it, so this is the best it's gonna look. It's dry, but it's not been slept in yet. Dry, not greasy, not slept in. It's been brushed a couple times. So this is the kind of more like, it gets a little less frizzy after I sleep in it. So there's that. It usually looks best after the wash and then after one sleep is when I think it looks best. I think. Usually. Not always, but usually. So we're pretty close to that. Are they right outside now? Like straight ahead? Not quite. Not quite. I got another couple feet to go before they're right outside. Anyways, how's everybody else? My brain has been too full of things today. So Black Friday is going to be interesting for me because my job is probably going to have me on holiday hours that day. So I'm going to get out at 12 and playing with my way to Target in downtown, or probably just go during my work hours because nothing happens on Fridays after Thanksgiving because no one's in the building on those days except security and me. I will be working. I will be at work, right? Yeah, because Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, and I work on Thursdays. So I will be at work Thanksgiving evening. Will be the start of my work week. But I'll get holiday pay. Woo. Oh yeah, the only day of the year that we're closed is Christmas Day, so it's the only holiday we closed down for. My nose keeps stopping up in the middle of words. Stop it. God, that's annoying. I don't like it. Where are we? Not quite there yet. We're getting there. Getting there. Honestly, kinda. Except the management is more invisible. The management that does the whipping is more invisible. That is accurate, though. That part. Sorry. I really needed to sneeze. It just came out of nowhere. And then I coughed a few times. I'm not really sick anymore. But the congestion is annoying. And then not sleeping on time isn't helpful. But it's not up to me. 95% of people are blind because of bald people. Because of their glistening domes. Not the dome. What's for dinner, Jimmy? What are we eating? I had Cane's like 2 hours ago. An hour ago. Hour and a half ago. By chips, do you mean French fries? I assume, Mr. British man. see the shadow of the bulldozer. It's not as loud as I expected it to be, if I'm being honest. Not thin sticks, the thick fries. The thick fries. Thickums fries. Homemade fries? Are they homemade fries? It's such a slow process. I can't get over how slow it is because of the bulldozer that they're using. Frozen. Halfway between wedges and fries. Not crinkly fries. I made the mistake of getting the 4-piece nugget, the 4-piece tender meal. I should have gotten the 3-piece meal. I knew I should have. I knew I wasn't hungry enough for 4, but I got 4 anyways. Because I'm wasteful. You had a burrito? Ooh. What all was in the burrito? Do I have an oven? I do. I do have an oven. I'll be right back. I don't know if that even actually did anything, but made me feel better mentally. Do I ever use it? I use it to reheat pizza sometimes. But other than that, no, I haven't used it yet. I haven't made pasta since I've been here, so I haven't had a reason to. Whenever I make pasta shells, I will use it, but I have to have the energy for that. Which, it takes a lot of energy for that, because I have to go buy all the ingredients. And then I have to stand there and combine all the ingredients, and then stuff all the shells, which takes forever. And usually it would be me and Max, but I live alone, so it'd be just me. So it'd take double the amount of time it used to take. So much. And then I have to eat pasta for 2 weeks, which, that's the easiest part. I blew my nose, but it didn't fucking help. This is my tired energy, in case you couldn't tell. I feel like it's pretty obvious that I'm running on the tired energy at the moment. Honestly, I think I'm my most entertaining when I'm like this. But, you know. Lemon chicken with bell peppers and onions. Interesting. Cheaper meal than Cane's? Yeah, probably. I mean, potentially. But is it as tasty? No, it's not as tasty. It is not. I need a haircut. I've got too much hair. There are days where I look in the mirror and I go, I just want to shave it. I just want it gone. Just get it all out. And then I'm like, no, I would regret that decision. So, so we're not gonna do that. Because my undercut's grown out quite a bit, where it's got like some length to it, and I can actually like move it around. And I have to like properly wash it, like I have to like properly condition it and everything like that. It's long enough for that. And when I'm at work and I've got my hair up in a bun, I'll stand there and I'll kind of play with the shorter hair. And I'm like, ooh, I like this length. And then I'm like, I should make it all this length. And then I go, no, I would not. I would be very unhappy with that decision immediately after making it. So I won't be doing that. I mean, with the right seasoning, you can make your food really tasty and make yourself some nice fried chicken tenders that you make at home, and it just takes time to use. One thing I hate about the corporate work is it seems at times the expectation is for you to take limited guidance, fill in the gaps, and then present that to the people instead of, I don't know, asking for clarification and having them specify it more clearly. I'm not them. I don't know what they like, and I don't want to guess what they like. We're all adults. Bring something to the table. If I'm gonna be the decision maker on this, why am I this low on the ladder? Fair. I know time is one thing Nico won't bother with. You got that right. You got that right. I don't usually have the energy to stand around and make stuff. No, walking up the stairs to sit in my car and drive to a place where they will make it for me, and then hand it to me through a window in my car, and then I drive back home and I sit on my couch and eat it. That I have time for. But for my ADHD brain, having food around that I can cook is so many steps, especially because I don't know what I want to eat until I'm ready to eat, and it's really hard to plan for that unless I'm like in one of those moods where I want to eat the same thing every day, and then I can go with that. Like if I'm like, oh, I want tacos for the next 3 days, I can go out and buy taco stuff tonight and then have that taco stuff for the next 3 days. Yeah, my freezer's not very big, unfortunately. I need to get back to making smoothies, because I've got the frozen wow, words are hard. The frozen strawberries and the frozen pineapple in the freezer that I've had for a hot second, that I haven't made a smoothie in a while. And they're just sitting there, taking up space. But I haven't had the energy in the mornings to throw it all in a blender and blend it and drink it, and then it doesn't taste the same as it used to for some reason. I don't know why. Recently it started to taste different. I haven't changed anything about the amount of stuff I put in it. And I've even switched between batches of protein powder and stuff, so it's not like I got a bad batch of protein powder. It just tastes different. I assume because my stupid taste buds changed, and now my safe food isn't my safe food anymore. So I bought breakfast food. I had donuts last week, and now I have some bread left that I can use to make toast. I don't know why my brain has to make life so difficult, but it does. I really wish it didn't, but it does. Oh, I think I should be directly outside now. No, you're still pulling from the same fucking pile. Get it together, sir. With your big white mustache. Taking my road away. It was really weird when I went out to get canes earlier, because I had to go out the ramp that they put up, which it really isn't a ramp. It's just like little ramps so that you can get up onto the curb, and then you drive down a like gravel area that they filled in because they took out a piece of the fence. See, my stupid brain thought that they were going to build a thing to go over the fence, because that makes sense. Fucking moron. I'm so stupid. In all fairness, I didn't realize the gate could just come apart. Like the area of fence that they were gonna put it at, I didn't realize it could just detach like that. So, one of the tasks I'm working on is setting up a process for how the client, will go about doing things. I was talking with my boss, and they said the client needs more concrete examples, and I'm like, there's hundreds of different ways we could set up this process, and I don't know what works best for them. I can give some examples, but I was kind of hoping they would be able to express more what works best for them. Yeah. I think just because of the way I am, and how I'm so blunt, and for some reason I expect people to be blunt back, and like straightforward is what I mean by blunt also, outside of just what the word blunt means, but I also expect people to be straightforward with me on things. I expect them to openly communicate, which is not a good expectation to have because people aren't good at open communication. That it's hard to do that kind of back and forth when I'm giving it my all, because that's the only setting I have, is to say everything without a filter, sometimes without needing to, or saying thoughts out loud that I shouldn't be saying out loud. Saying thoughts that really could have stayed right here, which I'm not the worst at, but I do fuck that up a bit more often than I should. And I just expect others to give that back to me, which is, again, an unrealistic expectation. And then when they don't, I'm left just like sitting there like, could you just tell me what's going on? Like, I'm sitting here knowing something's happening and you're just not telling me what it is, and that's upsetting me. Could you just like say the words to me, you know, or you're not responding to my text messages. Could you just tell me you don't want to talk to me so that I'm not sitting here waiting for text messages? And you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, just tell me you don't want to talk so I'm not sitting here waiting. Like, I'll be less offended if you're just like, I don't want to talk to you ever again, than if you are to ghost me. Like, just say you don't want to talk to me ever again, and then that way I know, oh, this is over, and I can start my move on process. But until you let me know that this is the end, I'm just sitting here in limbo forever. And it, you know what I mean? Like, I need confirmation from you that you don't want to put any more effort in, so that I know I'm allowed to not put any more effort in. Not vibes. It's just autism. It's just autism. It's not even vibes. It's just full autism. It sucks when your taste buds change on you now that you have taste buds of your average 20-something, which is nothing but junk food. Yeah. The moment where you talk about your boss to his face and it was just in your head, but then it comes out. Yeah. Although, so, an update. Since last week I was bitching and moaning about that PA that I don't like at work, the one that I put an HR report in about. I don't think I've updated you all on that situation because I haven't seen you, but she's gone. She is no longer with the company. It was a lovely week. Yeah, I never picked up. They never contacted me at work. So, yeah, she is no longer with the company. They apparently further investigated. Yes, poof. It was lovely. She was never seen again. Never to be seen again. It was lovely. It was a lovely week. It was fantastic. Like, that's what work is. This week is what work is supposed to be like. Like, things are supposed to go smoothly. There's not supposed to be drama. Everyone's supposed to get along, at least a little bit, you know, like, to the degree that coworkers get along. Honestly, maybe. But Libriana said that she was buddies with the PA, and the PA talks to her still, and so she knows all the insights. Libs knows the insights. So she told me, she's the one that I filed the report about, like the person who was receiving assault. Did I tell you what the HR report was? Because I can just say it. So the PA would whack her in the head, even though she A, told her not to do that, B, just had a concussion, C, was allegedly friends. Not good stuff. Don't do that. So I reported it, and then Ricky, you're looking at the construction that is happening right outside my window. That is the view I have from the window that is up here, outside of out of sight. Oh God, indeed. That was my exact response when she told me about it. Libs told me about it, and I was like, I'm sorry, she's doing what now? What the actual motherfucking shit? Like, that's illegal. Like, why? That's not okay. And so I filed a report about it, and then the next day they called the person who was being whacked up to talk to HR about it and get her side of things. And then instead of getting my verbal one, the guy clocked out and fucking went home while I was standing there, dickhead. And then they tried to call me over the weekend, and I'm not picking up. I'm not on the clock. I'm not fucking talking to y'all at work when I'm not at work. A whack in the head is like not good at all. And also, she asked her not to. Feels like it shouldn't even be required to say it is bad. Yeah, it was like a bonk more than anything. It wasn't like a it was more like a bonk, like one of those, like a bonk. If that makes sense. Still not okay. It's not like she was getting. It wasn't. I'm just saying it's not like she was beating her up or something like that. But this is a person who just got concussed a couple weeks back. So it would already not be okay, but then you add on recent concussion to the thing, to the list of reasons to not, and it makes it even worse. Because a concussion can very easily be aggravated, especially because this person has had multiple concussions. This wasn't their first concussion, this was their 5th concussion. So, you know, lots of reasons. And then that person told me that the PA told them that they were pretty sure they were going to get fired because of this, because they have footage of her flicking her in the face. Which means in their investigation into the whacking incidents, they started pulling camera footage, because there's cameras all over this place. It's a giant fucking warehouse full of very expensive items, so they have cameras everywhere so that you can't steal anything. There's literally cameras everywhere. And they got footage of her apparently flicking the same person who was being whacked in the face. And she's gone. She's gone. And oh boy, was it quiet at work. Oh, it was beautiful. It was lovely. It was so peaceful. It was so peaceful. No one came to bitch to me about the PA. No one had any complaints about the PA. I had a couple people ask me why she wasn't there. But when I told them, oh, well, she's gone. She's not here anymore. They were like, oh, awesome. And I was like, I know, right? It was great. And the only time she was ever mentioned was to talk about how great it was she wasn't there anymore. We already have a new one. They replaced her immediately. There was a guy who was apparently on the waiting list to be a PA for a different department, and they asked him if he'd be fine PAing in this department instead, since that other department wasn't going to have an opening anytime soon. But ours has an opening, and so they've got him training. They had him training this past week, and he seems like he'll be pretty good at it once he learns how inbound works, because he's from outbound. Once he learns how everything works, I think he'll be pretty efficient and pretty helpful. He just has to learn it all first, which is going to take a minute. Since he's not normally in this department, he's got a bigger learning curve than someone who would be like promoted from tier 1 in inbound to a PA in inbound. Like if I got the promotion to PA, my learning curve would be far shorter than his learning curve, because I would just have to learn the computer aspects of it, like the paperwork aspects of it, because I already know how to do the rest of it. So, you know, whereas he has to learn all of it because he's not ever worked in this department before. So he's got a bit of a learning curve ahead of him, but we will be far more lenient with him because the bar is so low, he can't possibly fail. So, unless he starts assaulting people too. Yeah. If you want a good indication of how much her bad work was affecting morale at work, so the way we kind of calculate the decanting process, so decanting, for those who don't know, is we get boxes off the trailer, the boxes go down a conveyor belt to people who grab it off of the line, open it, and dump the product out into a tote and send the tote upstairs. The process of opening the box and dumping it into the tote is called decanting. So that is the job that you get hired into when you are in this department. You are hired as a decanter. And why does this music feel suddenly louder? It's not, but it feels it. So the way we kind of calculate that rate is boxes per hour. So the goal that they want, which is not really the goal that they expect you to hit, but it's like the ideal goal is 60 boxes an hour. So in theory, you're opening and doing a box a minute. That's not generally what happens, though. It's very rare that everyone is meeting that. So the real goal is closer to 40 an hour, because the bigger boxes take longer because of the sizing of product and all that jazz. So that's the goal, is to keep it over 40 an hour for everybody on the floor. And while she was there, our rates were routinely in the upper 20s, lower 30s. Routinely, like an average on the floor. Obviously, we had people who were in the 70s. We had some people who were like 10. But the average was closer to 25, 30. 25 to 35, like in that range. Just this week, the first week she's not been there, we averaged in the low 50s. The only people we had who were lower than a 50, there were only 2 people on the whole floor lower than 50. The magic of having full lines, where so people basically always have work, and not having someone around who's harassing people all the time or talking to people all the time so then they're not working, or who's pulling people to go do stuff they're not supposed to be doing all the time, and just overall having a higher morale because someone who's constantly brings everyone down isn't there. Lovely. Incredible. I love knowing the numbers. I had one bad manager when I worked at a restaurant who one day was upset that I wasn't working hard enough, so I took some time to work as fast as I could and barely gave myself time to think, and when I finally stopped to take a breather, she congratulated me. Thankfully, she got fired. This person was just incompetent and rude. And way too touchy-feely. Which was inevitably what got her fired. She was way too comfortable touching people. Which is not appropriate. We're at work. Like, if someone's like, if you've got a buddy at work and they're going through something, a hug is fine. Like, you can hug people if that's a consensual thing y'all have agreed to, but coming up and touching on people when you shouldn't be touching up on people is not okay. And they had to talk to her about it several times while she was there. And they did talk to her about it several times while she was there, to the degree that she was constantly, like, she was, like, overthinking it, too. Like, anytime she'd, like, inadvertently, like, brush up against me, for example, she'd be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, even if it was just, like, we were both walking next to each other, and like, our arms are swinging because we're walking, right? And if they'd whack one another, she'd be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. You know, like, I'm sorry, you know. Like, there was one time she walked up past me, and her hand kind of brushed up against my hip. I really didn't even think anything of it. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, it's not like she groped me or anything. Like, her hand accidentally, like, whacked my side. It wasn't even a whack. It was like a brush up against. And she got like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's literally fine. Like, it's literally fine. But then there were other people where she was like full on touching them or full on rubbing her body up against them. Which is what made Vince go off. Was her rubbing her body up on him. But she's gone now, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. It's lovely. It's so lovely. I heard our other PA, the good PA, tell the new guy, I have faith in you. And I was like, buddy, we gotta come up with a different phrase. We can't be using that word. Because Faith was her name. I was like, we gotta come up with a different verbiage for that. Because we can't be invoking her name like that anymore. My nose again. Why? I'm just trying to speak. I don't think blowing my nose is actually a healthy issue, but oh, they're right directly outside my window this time. I think she's just a naturally touchy person. Like, she's not like touching people in like sexual harassment type ways necessarily, at least not all the time. She just seems like the type to be very touchy and like lovey and stuff, if that makes any sense. Like, naturally, that's just how she is. She wants to like maybe it's like one of her I don't know, love languages or something, I don't know. And she just doesn't know how to turn it off when she's at work. But yeah, that was the main issue that eventually got her fired, along with just being bad at her job. I'm sorry, guys. My nose is gonna continue to stop up. I will try to keep the gross nose sounds out of the mic, but no promises. I can only do so much. Phlegm. Not a fan. Not a fan. Gotta be honest. Not a fan. Not a fan. I really do want to know why they're tearing up the road. I don't understand how construction works. Like, I don't understand all the different processes and stuff like that. So I'd be curious as to why they felt the need to pound the ground as flat as possible just to then turn around and dig it up. Why? For what reason? That was a weird noise. Yeah, that's a weird sound. Okay. I don't know why it was making that noise. It's weird. I love art. There's so many different kinds. It's also nice to look at. And I'm jealous of it. I wish I was capable of such things. Oh, no audio, please. Thank you. Oh my god. Y'all, Unreal Engine is unreal. Maybe that's why they call it that. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this footage. None of this is real. None of this is real. This is not the ocean. This is a 3D render of the ocean. What the fuck? Wild. This isn't real. This isn't real. It is quite literally unreal. It's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. Okay, this is how the person made it. They say, I went on vacation to Spain over the summer. I wanted to do, I'll let the thing play while I read it. I went on vacation to Spain over the summer. I wanted to do a test to see how I could use simple methods to scan underwater for an Unreal Engine environment. I used an iPhone 14 inside an underwater dive case and reality scan to capture rocks, terrain, materials, and other components while diving underwater. Scanning underwater proposes a large amount of obstacles and complexity beyond the usual, such as movement of the subject, light conditions at different depths, and the physical exhaustion of focusing on capturing images for a scan while holding your breath and swimming at the same time. I captured a small set of assets such as rocks, ledges, and seaweed via the Reality Scan app, took it into Blender where I cleaned them up and added seaweed and vegetation to rocks which were scanned separately, and then imported them into Unreal Engine 5 where I put them together on a small scene. Other than the fish and the urchin, which I built from scratch, everything in this environment was scanned at location using Reality Scan. It was a lot of fun to challenge myself to do a project outside of the ordinary to create something unique. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I think the only parts of it that look computer generated are the light trails there towards the end. Like, if you really look, the movement feels kind of computer generated. But, I mean, the rest of it, I've seen footage that looks exactly like this. That is live. You know what I mean? The only thing I think that really kills it is because of the thing that they talked about when you're, and they talked about this in the, oh no, I'm blanking on what they're called. VFX Artist Reacts on Corridor Crew. There we go. Corridor Crew. They talked about it in one of their more recent VFX Artist Reacts, not the most recent, but one of the more recent, where they talked about The Little Mermaid, and that one of the big problems with The Little Mermaid is that you can see so far away, and that's just not realistic to what it looks like to be underwater. Like, even here, like, you can see, like, you can't see as much detail back here. It trails off right at the corners. That should really be a lot closer, because even like your clearest water, like, see this, it does it pretty good in this shot here. The depth of field essentially is affected by the way water works, and even if you got the clearest water, you're not going to be able to see forever. And in The Little Mermaid, when they remade it recently, everything is in focus and everything is visible at all times. And it just doesn't look realistic, which, like, is fine. We're looking at mermaids and stuff, but that's just something that kind of pulls you out of the realism. Obviously, the movie's not going to look as good if you have everything looking all murky. You know what I mean? So it might look more realistic, but it's not going to look as pretty. Something that they talked about, and that they talk a lot better about it than I do. So if you're interested, I can actually find it. It shouldn't be hard to find. Spiff, what's going on, Spiff? Spiff posted an announcement. Let me find it. I'm not going to play it for you. If you want to watch it, you can go watch it. But, that's true. Oh, I also love these. I also love these. I love these things that he posts. I'm blanking on his name, but he does these like challenges and stuff where his viewers will submit renders and stuff, and then he compiles them all into this big compilation, and they're always phenomenal to look at. Always phenomenal to look at. Let's see, was it this? No, I watched a bunch of them all in one go, so which one was it? I think it was this one, because they were looking at a water one.
Hey guys, welcome.
Mute. No, I'm wrong. I'm incorrect. Was it this one then? It must have been this one, because I watched it recently. Yeah. In this one, which I'll post the link to. They do a much better job of explaining it than I will, but I'll kind of give you what I remember. But something to note about them is, so the way that skin looks underwater, so they talked about the concept of wetness, and they kind of used that to go into this topic, in that the difference between skin looking wet and skin being wet, and then how it looks underwater. Because when you're underwater and fully submerged, you don't look wet. You don't. Like, you don't look like you are damp, if that makes sense. Let me find the shot that they used to show underwater. So when you're underwater, see, he looks dry, because the way that the light and water interact, he doesn't look like he's got water all over him, versus when you have someone who's partially out of the water. There's a shot somewhere in here. See, she looks damp, right? As she should. She should look damp because her skin still has water on it, and the way that light reflects on the water on her skin is going to do so differently above water than underwater. And underwater, it doesn't look right. It just doesn't look correct. And they do a much better job explaining it. But it was something that you don't really think about. They're talking about it here. I'm not going to play the audio for you. But it was just something you don't think about, and it's something that VFX artists have to think about when they're doing shit like this. And I just thought it was really interesting. It's one of the reasons I like watching these videos, is because these people have to think about things in ways that you don't normally think about the world, because when you're creating something from nothing, you have to take into account the things we take for granted just walking around and breathing. So I wonder.
Watching this, they all have different wetness levels, but they shouldn't be wet.
So they should look drier than they've ever looked.
They should look dry as a
bone.
bone.
Yeah. They're talking. Okay, like the natural oils we have on our skin wouldn't show up when you're filming yourself underwater, because that water, the wetness of the water and the wetness of your face, like the natural oils on your face, are going to mesh and make you look super dry. That's what they're saying here. But because all of the stuff for The Little Mermaid was not shot underwater, the hair is all CG and rendered and everything, so they're all shot above water, so their skin, the natural oils on their skin that we can see, we shouldn't be able to see if it was actually underwater.
They should look drier than they've ever looked.
They should look dry as a bone.
So shiny surfaces are surfaces where when photons hit it, they bounce off at a consistent angle.
And then he goes and he explains it in a much more like scientific-y way. When you're underwater, you shouldn't look wet, because you're fully submerged and you don't have the differences in, oh, this part of the skin has water on it, this part doesn't, or this part is dried, this part hasn't dried. And then also the fun little thing that they talk about at the beginning is how you're always able to see her face regardless of how she moves, because the hair is fully CG, and so they CG it in such a way where you can always see her, because when she's singing, you want to be able to see her face and see that she's doing the singing. So the hair doesn't flip around like it should when she whips around. It should flip really wildly because of the way hair works underwater. And I love the way they analyze things. It's very entertaining. And I highly recommend their stuff if you have any interest in like how CG and stuff like that works. Or if you or animation, or because they have a lot of different, or stunts, or things like that. They have a lot of different series like that. So, highly recommend. I haven't watched this movie. I didn't bother. I don't have any interest. Yeah, right there. They were saying that when she swoops around like this, the hair should go in front, like in front of her face, like that is how it should move. But it doesn't, because they need to be able to see her face. It's not as cinematic if her hair whips around in front of her and slaps her in the face. Which is true. It's not as cinematic. But it is realistic. But highly recommend. I like the boss fight montage. I think I'll have that playing in the background without the music, of course, because the music will get copywritten. Absolutely, it will. But I love these renders. They're so gorgeous. Underwater fights seem to look good that way. Realistically, yeah. Clint, that's his name. I couldn't think of his name. But I love these little challenges he does. They pop up on my recommended every once in a while. Right? I think it would make for a really comedic underwater fight scene, which I'm sure someone's done before. To some degree. I'm sure someone's done it before. Bose. I love how often Bose posts now. She took a little bit of a break, and I missed her, and she's back now, and I love it. I love Bose, the way Bose presents true crime. It makes me happy. Yeah, I love looking at these render videos too, because I just love seeing how people take a general concept, because that's all the creators of these are given, is like a general concept, and the one here is this layout of a smaller character in the foreground, a bigger character in the foreground? No, what is it called? Background. Oh my god. My brain doesn't work. And then that's kind of all they're given, is like the boss fight general, like they're not given a big like, oh, detailed description of what you're supposed to do. And then they kind of are just left to do whatever they want after that, and seeing how, and this is just the top 100 of the thousands of submissions that they always receive, and just thinking about how different they all are it's so cool. And I love some of them way more than I love others, just because they appeal to what my brain likes. And then you have things like that, which are really like broader concepts, things that you would like. I'd watch a whole show about that. Like that, like this universe looks so fucking cool. Like I would watch a whole movie about wherever that takes place. You know what I mean? And then you have ones where people take pre-existing things and do like this is so fucking cool. I love this one. Was one of my favorite ones from this one, because I love those the big monsters and stuff like that. And I love this one because I love me some sharks. I love me some sharks, and this is fucking awesome. I don't care what you have to say. This is fucking cool. Even if the shark physics are a little weird looking when it speeds back up. All right. You know, the shark one is my favorite. I am biased in every way you can be. Okay. But I love these ones, and the music they have with it is always really good. Obviously, I'm not gonna play it because it's very much copyrighted music. But I love it. I just think it's cool. I am all about the shark life. I really truly am. Which is why I will do underwater diving with sharks, whether I make it my job or not. I will do it at least once, because I've always wanted to, ever since I was very little. Ever since I was tiny. So I look forward to that day. It won't be for a while, but I look forward to it nonetheless. Assuming the world doesn't burn before then. Cool as fuck. Love it. We love a kaiju. I love a kaiju. Dear God, do I love a kaiju. Like, look at that kaiju. That's a kaiju if I've ever seen one. This one's cool too. I love this concept. It's so pretty. I love it. I love it. I don't know what else to say. I just love it. It's so neat. And then we got Dark Souls. Basically, anyways. Basically Dark Souls. And then I love this one, too. This one's cool. Iron Giant. I love this. Huh? The lighting is just... Oh. 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 The lighting. I love it. I love it so much. It makes me happy. Love it. And then there we go. Elden Ring, baby. I mean, that's literally Radana Millennia. The Radana Millennia fight. Love it. I love it. We've got Lord of the Rings. I blanked on it there. Is it Lord of the Rings or is it The Hobbit? I don't know. Lord of the Rings, I think, is the one that he's in. Warlord Titans. Sure, they're in here somewhere. And if they didn't make the top 100, someone submitted it. Oh. I love it. And I love the way they edit them all together too, to kind of make it feel kind of seamless. Warlord Titans are from Warhammer. I assumed they were from Warhammer. I love it. It just I don't have any other words for it. It just makes my brain happy. And then Arrival. We've got Arrival. And I love ones with water. I love water sims. They just make my brain tingle in happy, happy ways. Water sims and underwater sims. I just bought that. This Lego thing here, the AT-AT. That's the one I bought, the expensive one that I bought off of AliExpress. Instead of spending $800 on it from Lego, I spent $200 on it from AliExpress to get the same exact thing. So, allegedly, we'll see if it is actually the same exact thing when it gets here. Yeah, I think it'll be cool because of the size. I can sit it next to my TV stand, and it'll look like I got a little dog. No, I don't know what that is. We can look it up after, though. We got a Cthulhu-style creature going on here. It starts shooting at me. That'd be so funny. Did I not finish this video? These last couple haven't looked familiar. I know I finished watching it. Maybe my brain tuned out by this. No, I remember this one. And this is from a movie. I know this one's from a movie that I just watched not too terribly long ago. I think. Or maybe it was a different one that looked kind of like that. Dune. Right? Isn't this awesome? I love it. It makes me so happy. And they're all so good, and they're all from different artists. And it's just, there are so many talented people out there. And so many creative people out there. Oh, this one is just gorgeous. Love it. Yeet. Spider-Man. I love it. I know I keep saying that. I don't have any other words. I'm sorry. I don't. They did one for game console intros and did another for media company intros. That's cool. Ghostbusters. Love it. Love it. Oh, they had Bianca on. These guys? Yeah, animation videos. 32 million. Oh, are they the originators of this? Wait a minute. Oh, I see. No, they just took it to another level. I mean, that's all you can really do. That's all you can ask. Yeah? Oh, yeah. I remember these when these like... Very satisfying. The fact that it's so seamless, too. This is the greatest video I've ever seen in my life. Huh? They really are. I don't have my PS2 one on here though. Talk about nostalgia. PS2 startup, baby. Gimme. Oh. Phenomenal. Ah. Childhood. Childhood. Ugh. Childhood. I'm being smacked with childhood. I have PS1 Spyro. I think I still have it, I think. Can I keep Spyro? It's one of the ones I can. I do. I have him right here. I have him. PS1 Spyro, baby! Don't have... I mean, I have my PS2, so I was going to say I don't have anything I could play it on, but I do have my PS2, so I actually can. I can play it. Love it. Classics. My childhood. I played it all the time. I loved Spyro. No. What are we playing? What is this? There we go. Game crossover 2. Is it one of these top ones? History of game controllers. Oh, game crossover 2. I can't read. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I've never seen the PSP one before. Oh, I'm sorry. I got shot by the DS one. Nvidia. I've never seen Nvidia's actually either. Never seen that one from Steam. PlayStation. The amount of times I've heard that in my life. I did. My brain went. I really did. Yeah. That's funny. We were talking about that earlier. How many companies do you own? Disney? This video. Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I was, for me, it was DS, PlayStation 2, and Wii. Those were the ones I grew up with. So those two being back to back were nice. And then obviously opening with the PS2. So good vibes. OG Xbox and PS2 were the majority of my childhood, but my brother and sister had the N64. My brother also had the Wii and the PS3. I had Xbox 360 later on. Played GameCube for a bit. Then the modern day, I had almost every console except the Switch. Yeah, now I have a Switch and a PS5. I still have the PS2. And one day I'll own some form of an Xbox, but it's not really a priority. And then obviously the MetaQuest 2. And a laptop that runs NVIDIA, and a desktop that runs NVIDIA, I believe. But I still have my Nintendo DSi. My brain just stopped working. The volume's not up. Sin. Aw. Oh, it's AMD. Well, the laptop runs off NVIDIA. Lila's my photo. That doesn't surprise me. Oh boy. It's a very blurry photo of Lila, but it's not blurry because of it's just blurry. That's just the blur that it looks like. Because I took it with this with this shitty camera up here. I've got Spirit Tracks in here. Spirit Tracks. Got my old iPod in here somewhere too. Yeah, it's crazy the things that stick in your head. The things you don't think about when you're experiencing them over and over again, but then when you don't hear them for a long time and you pick them back up, like the PS2 startup sound and the little when you start up a Wii or a Nintendo DS. Love it. Gotta love it. Jimmy said I had something of my dad's when I was really young that had Rayman, then PS1, DS, Wii, Xbox 360, Switch. My sister has just got her PS5 today. Ooh. I know we had an Atari at one point. Not an original, I don't think. It was just one we bought. And my brother My brothers had other PlayStation. We had a PS1 as well. We did have a PS1, but the PS2 took up more of my time than the PS1 did, which is why I didn't bother mentioning it as like part of my childhood, because it is, but it's not. It wasn't a big part of it, because we had a PS2, so I would just play the PS1 games on the PS2. But we did have the PS1 around, and then the main staples though were PlayStation 2, Nintendo DS, iPad, and which I know isn't a game console, but it certainly felt like one for myself back in the day, and a Wii. The Wii was the biggest one, I think, for us growing up. It was absolutely the Wii. My Xboxes were dead, and my dad repaired them, probably got them for £50. Yeah. We had a Sega Genesis at one point, or at least games. I only remember seeing them on a table when we had a garage sale that was like, what are these? I don't think we ever had an N64. Any of us. I don't think any of us ever actually had one. So the PS2 that I have isn't even mine. It was my brother's, but they had PS4s and whatnot, so I don't know how I ended up with the PS2 when I moved out. Probably because I was the one who played it the most, but I ended up with it, and I'll absolutely take it. So if I can ever figure out how to hook it up where I can stream through it, then we can get back to playing what was that game I started playing on the emulator that I bought the physical copy of? Oh my god, my brain's not working. More than usual. That horror game that I played on the emulator that wasn't. Oh my god. Christian, you should know this. You were really excited when I started playing it. Oh my god, my brain. It's like right there. The Suffering. Yes, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Yes, The Suffering. Fuck, my brain just said, go fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. Yes, The Suffering. I would like to play it on a console that can run it. And I have the PlayStation that can run it. I can't play it on my PS5 because it doesn't go back that far, which is very unfortunate in my opinion. But you know. Yeah. You know. Video started playing. Yeah, this is okay. Here we go. I was looking for this. So there's this game called Don't Scream, that recently I don't think it just came out, but it did just go on sale recently in like the spirit of Halloween or whatever. And the whole concept is if you scream, it picks it up on the mic and you have to start the game over. I think he's probably explaining it.
Is randomized. So this is Don't Scream,
I'll let
and our
IGPs explain
objective
it.
is to survive 18 minutes without screaming. Now the catch is that the timer only goes down when you're moving, and every scare that you experience in the game is randomized. It's essentially a try not to get scared game, which might be a problem for me because I am a pansy bitch. Now, according to the intro of the
He does get scared easily. But it's made in Unreal Engine 5, and you can tell because it looks so fucking good. Like, look at this footage of him walking through the forest. That looks so good. Like, that is wildly good. Like, it looks, obviously it looks like it's shot on a camera, you know what I mean? Like, it looks like it's shot on a grainy camera. But outside of that, it looks phenomenal. It really does. It really does. Like, think about how good our games look currently. Think about how good they're gonna look 10 years from now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the graphics on the new Spider-Man game that just fucking came out are already fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like, the level the consoles are going to have to improve to keep up with how good shit's gonna look. Like, it already looks near realistic. You know what I mean? Like, we already have video game footage where you're watching it and you're like, is this real? Is this real life? Or is it, you know what I mean? And, it's gonna actually get to the point where you literally can't tell. Like, at all. Like, there's not a way to tell. Does it? I haven't looked at it. I know Alan Wake 2 is coming out soon. But look at this shit. This is crazy. You don't think it will? I don't know how it wouldn't. I don't know how it wouldn't get there. That's where we've been progressing. I think we'll get there and then we'll backtrack. I think is what's going to happen. Yeah, I agree, Jimmy. I agree. Honestly, the graphics cards in most consoles now are already outdated, so because computers just keep progressing so quickly that it's just not possible for consoles to keep up unless they put a new one out every year, and no one's going to spend $600 on a new console every single year. And that's the low end price for a new console. So, whereas graphics card companies can put out a new graphics card every single year with upgrades and everything. It is. That's why I'm not playing it. I did think about buying it to play today because it's not very expensive. It's like $9. It is a short game though. It's only 20 minutes. So I'd probably be fine because it's so short. But I didn't feel like dealing with motion sickness today, so I didn't. It didn't make me motion sick to watch someone play the game. So, yeah. Which is why I think it's gonna go. I think we're gonna hit hyperrealism, and then people aren't gonna like how it looks for a lot of games. I think some games hyperrealism will be perfect for. But I think a lot of games really benefit from having some sort of stylization. Like even this one has a bit of stylization to it, where it's got the retro camera filter over it, you know. So it kind of helps hide some of the things don't have to be quite as sharp because it's not meant to be. It's meant to look like it's on video camera footage and not 4K video camera footage. You know what I mean? It's supposed to look kind of found footagey, which is a style. You know what I mean? Yeah, the plants look a little weird, and they kind of hide that by having this sort of glitchy camera grain over it to make it, and you're constantly moving, looking directly in the center of the screen where you're walking, so you're not really studying the plants and stuff. And I think we'll hit the point where it's so hyper-realistic you question if someone just walked out and recorded this. And then people get weirded out by it, and I think perfecting environments, I think we're really close to. I think we're really close to perfecting the way grass moves, the way plants moves, the way they look. I mean, when you look at games like Horizon Zero Dawn, or even more so, Horizon Forbidden West, which just came out this past year, or I guess it was last year at this point. Yeah, it was. Holy fuck. They've already nailed movement of things like water and plants and stuff like that. And now it's just down to having something that can run something with the level of pixels necessary and the level of polygons necessary to make it look real. Simulations are already off the charts in terms of how realistic they look. I mean, for when they were making Frozen 2, the water sims that they made for that movie were too realistic that it didn't look like it belonged in the animated film, and they told the animators they needed to make it look less realistic and more animated. And the water still looks absolutely phenomenally insane in that movie, and that movie is already like, what, 4 years old now? Fuck, is it already 4 years old? Oh god. Yeah. 4 years old. Came out end of November 2019. Fuck. Wild. I think it's awesome. I look forward to that more than I look forward to the AI improvement. Although, I had a thought the other day about AI, and I look forward to an AI that can understand human emotion to a degree. Like, it can understand it in like a calculated sort of way. Not like it can feel it or anything like that, but like it can essentially take music and then denote a value to that piece of music that is indicative to a feeling elicited by that piece of music, right? And then that AI can kind of read your mind and know what mood you're in and find the exact right song you need for that moment. Because so often I'll just hit shuffle on my phone, and it's very much a toss-up to if the lineup of music my phone picks out is going to actually be the vibe or not. Because I don't always know what vibe I'm looking for in a song. Like, I don't really always know what I'm in the mood for at that moment when I hit shuffle on my playlist. And sometimes it'll pop up a song and I'm like, no, actually, no thanks. And I didn't know that. The phone obviously didn't know that because I'm just hitting shuffle, you know what I mean? But I didn't know I wasn't in the mood for that specific song until that song was presented to me. So AI would be a good, obviously this is requiring a form of mind reading, so that would have to be figured out, but you know what I mean? But AI could do something like that where it does a better job at understanding what time of day it is. So maybe you're more in this mood because it's towards the end of the day, or you usually listen to this kind of music around this time of day, so maybe you're in this kind of mood, or you've been listening to this type of music a lot lately. Maybe you're in the mood for this, you know what I mean? As a way to sort of introduce you to new music, or even just to shuffle your way through a pre-existing list of songs. I would like it to read my mind so that I'm never listening to the wrong song. They already have AIs for that, I think, at least determining the emotion of a song. And I remember Facebook got in trouble for testing out showing users negative and positive posts and then attempting to determine their mood, and that was years ago. Yeah, it's definitely, like, it's not something I would want social media to be a part of. I would want it to be like an app I can download onto my phone if I want to use it. I don't want it to be something that's being implemented on the social media that I'm already consuming. Obviously they're going to use algorithms we already have. We already have algorithms that are like, oh, you liked this song, maybe you'll like this song. So we already have algorithms that can do that, but it would take an AI, I think, to learn each individual, because the type of songs I want to listen to when I'm in X mood might not be the type of songs you want to listen to when you're in X mood, if that makes sense. Sorry, my nose stopped up in the middle of that sentence. I fucking hate that shit. God damn. Which is why my brain went to AI, because it's different for everybody. Like, someone may want to listen to an Adele song when they're sad versus someone who would prefer a Christina Perri song when they're sad. Chinese room thought experiment, maybe. It's possible. I've heard of it before. Say more about it. Yeah, AI it's something I'm a little bit spooked about, just because AI it's progressing so quickly. But at the end of the day, it's not the thing I'm most concerned about. It's something that was bound to happen eventually, and it's kind of something. I'm to the point where I'm over it, if that makes sense. Where I'm like interested to see where this is gonna go, but my worries of it's gonna go too far, I really don't give a fuck. Like, it's gonna go too far, big whoop. Like I'm it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna make AI that feels sentient. It's just going to happen. Whether it happens 2 years from now or 20 years from now, I don't know, but it's gonna happen eventually, and I've kind of just already accepted that. So I'm not really concerned necessarily, as much as I am interested and intrigued. There's just, more important things in the world right now to be worried about than AI art and shit like that. I think it's interesting that the construction is louder now that it's further away from my window. That makes no sense. The monthly AI or real quiz. Jimmy, you just send me a quiz. You expect me not to take this quiz right here, right now? Artificial intelligence is already very impressive, with many AI images and videos so flawless that it can be difficult to tell what's fake and what's real. But as it continues to develop, will this become an impossible task? Image of the baseball player LeBron James on a stroll has been shared over 47,000 times on Facebook, but is it real or AI? I wish I could zoom in. Can I zoom in? AI. A man is locked in a room and has instructions on how to respond to Chinese messages slipped under the door. Instructions explain what symbols to write and return, but not what they mean. And let's say the man can't inmit from the instructions and just follows them blindly. So let's say the instructions are really good, and this whole system can pass knowing Chinese. So what part, if anything, of the system knows Chinese? No, I haven't actually heard of that one. I'm surprised. Intuit. I couldn't figure out what word you meant to type there. That's Zendaya. I don't know what to tell you. That's Zendaya. I don't know what to tell you. That was too fast. That was too fast. I'm sorry. That was too quick. That was instantaneous. This is AI. It's not. The background looked fake. That's real. That's a real picture. It's AI. I mean, to be fair, I didn't really study it. How is it AI? What part of it's AI? I'm not sure I follow. Nothing's wonky. I mean, it's harder to tell when there's not, like, hands. AI is really bad at hands. Unless it's an AI specifically meant to make hands. You know, is I posted the series features various celebrities visiting Pakistan. Interesting. I didn't realize that was traditional clothing. It just looks like something Harry Styles would wear. Honestly, there's arguments to be made that AI just regurgitates and has little to no capacity for original thought. It just remixes at best. I mean, yeah, where it's at currently, absolutely. This is AI. his face looked weird when he looked down. It was, yeah, it was a deep fake. His skin tone looked off. That's real. I don't know how I knew. I just knew. I don't know how to tell you.
Did big rallies, and she won. Now she wants to remain neutral. I don't invite her to
this
events.
is AI. That's not what Dottie Boy sounds like. That's not what the big orange man sounds like. I don't know what to tell you. I've heard his voice so often. That's not what he sounds like. I'm sorry to tell you. Okay, I'm intrigued. I want more. No, it didn't have the intonation it needed to have to be Mr. Orange Man. It just didn't. I want more of Donald Trump's voice. That's what I want. I want more Donald Trump. AI Donald Trump. Donald. AI are real. Oh, that's real. I've seen that photo around. That's real. Yeah, it's from the Joker 2 film. Yeah. Oh, that's AI. Emmanuel Macron. I don't know his face well enough. It feels AI though. The way the skin looks, it feels AI. Yeah. I love the Donald Trump D&D. I like the COD one that they did. That's real.
Dear TikTok and YouTubers, in your humble opinion, should the United Kingdom and Commonwealth have an elected head of state?
Let me watch
Dear
it again.
TikTok and YouTubers, in your humble opinion, should the United Kingdom
real.
and Commonwealth...
Damn, that's some good AI. The pixelation helped it, I guess. Is it AI or is her makeup just snatched? Where it's at currently? No, it's fundamental to how they're built. They're trained on data and designed to essentially recreate it. Unless we fundamentally change how AIs are made, they arguably aren't capable of original thought. Well, they're not thinking. No, it's a machine. It doesn't think. It does. It just does. Is this AI SZA or is it just SZA with snatched makeup? I can't tell. I'm not familiar enough with her face to really know. I'm gonna go real though. The texture seemed right. I mean, they're showing the deep fake footage on. What do you mean? They're literally. The box is literally on it. Okay. Keanu. Not really. It's AI Keanu. I knew that too fast. Huh? I knew that one too fast, I think. Alright, AI. His face was the wrong texture. Yeah, he's correct. He would never wear that outfit. He's never worn a tie in his life, I don't think. Okay. Paris Hilton, 24 million followers on Instagram, are skeptical about the authenticity of this picture of the reality star with Britney Spears. But is it real or AI? If it's AI, it's really good AI. I'm gonna have to zoom on this one. If it's AI, it's really good. I don't know is that what her ear normally looks like? I don't know. I don't know what Paris Hilton looks like. Yeah, something feels wrong. The shadows on his face don't match the shadows on her face. Because where he's standing, he's blocking light here, which means it should be blocking light on her. And the light in the front, yeah. We were wrong. How many fucking lights are in this room? Oh. They use an app to clear up the blurriness, so it's not AI, but it's been touched by AI. So they lied to us. It is AI. It's a real photo with AI. So I'm right. So we're correct. It's an AI photo, bitch. Goddamn. Nope, that's real. That's the Pope if I've ever seen him. Zuck. It's the Zuck. The Zuck. It's an AI image. The Zuck.
You know, I get my eyebrows done. But first...
I've seen some incredible deepfakes of Tom Cruise. Phenomenal deepfakes of Tom Cruise. But this one's real.
I get my hair cut.
Oh, that looked weird. When he was up close, it looked normal. But when he backed up, it looked deepfakey.
You know, I get my eyebrows done. But first, I get my hair cut.
Oh, I'm torn now. The beginning looked real.
You know, I get my eyebrows done. But first, I get my hair cut.
Also, if I get copyright struck for that,
you know, I get my
I'm gonna
eyebrows
be
done.
pissed off.
But first,
Because this looks so good. Like, all of the normal lines on his face, these are all his normal lines. Like, this is what his face normally looks like. Like, his eyes are a little baggier than usual, but, like, these are his lines on his face. Not necessarily, no.
you know, I get my eyebrows done. But first, I get my hair cut. You know, I get my eyebrows done.
The beginning
But
is
first,
really convincing.
I get my hair.
But his
you know, I
head
get my
doesn't
eyebrows
move
done.
too weird.
But first,
Like, there's no, like, misalignment with the head on the body.
you know, I get my eyebrows done.
And the hair is
First.
really convincing. So unless it's a really, really, really good deepfake, I'm not as familiar with what he sounds like. Does it sound like a Tom Cruise impersonator?
I get my hair cut.
But this looks super deepfakey. I think I have to go on my gut because this looks deepfake as fuck. Like, the back half looks so deepfake. Okay. If it had just been the big front part, I would have thought it was a real photo. But when it switched to the back half where he was sitting there getting the haircut, I was like, no, no. That is an AI. That is a deepfake face. I don't know his voice well enough for the voice to have thrown me off. But the beginning was really good. The beginning was a really good fake. It's real. Some of these are too fast.
Social workers, the kids who have been abandoned. Social workers, the kids who have been abandoned. Maybe worst of all, we send you out to do your job on the streets flooded with weapons of war.
I think this is real.
Social workers, the kids who have been abandoned. Maybe worst of all,
No,
we
this is
send
real.
you out to do...
His stutter is really hard to fake. But that was exactly what his stutter usually sounds like. Yeah, if you weren't looking for AI, it might have been easy to miss. But with the deepfake face, it's very uncanny valley, so your brain's actually gonna notice it more than you would think, because it's in the uncanny valley, and your brain's gonna send up red flags even if it doesn't know why. We know why when we're looking at these because we're looking for AI. But if we were to see that clip on TikTok, we'd be like, "Oh, that looks a little weird," and then we'd move on. But because we're specifically looking for AI here, it's gonna be a different thing. We know this is an AI photo. I saw this one on Twitter. Not only, I mean, I know this is an AI because I know he turned himself in. He wasn't arrested, like he turned himself in. So he wasn't tackled to the ground. He turned himself in. But I saw this post on Twitter. You're an expert. Damn right I am, bitch. Alright. This is way more fun than it should be. No, this is AI. His neck looks weird. This isn't him getting rest or relaxation on a vacation. What the fuck? Okay, look at these hands. Huh? What is that? What is this? What is that? How many fingers do you need? Last I checked, hands, man. AI can't do hands. His neck is what threw me off. The shape of his neck, this weird bump on his neck here, isn't normal. That's what threw me off. And then as I looked closer, because I didn't look down, I looked at his face first. And I noticed his neck shape looked a bit weird, which is what threw me. And then you look down here, and he's got about 70 fingers on each hand. You too. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. I would assume this is AI, but because it's in an AI or not list, I'm like, maybe it is real. Yeah. Huh. Oh, this is the ball one. This is Sphere. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's what I figured it was faking me out, but you know, it looks like AI. I don't know what to tell you. This is what AI looks like. This is what AI generated art looks like. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. I knew I was being duped. Alright, let's see. No, this is AI. No, I think this is real, actually. I think I have to take back my previous statement. Yeah, all of this seems to bend and curve the way it's supposed to. The way it should. The way this curves right up here towards her neck. AI probably wouldn't catch that. The way it curves out this way around her neck. The way it curves over her collarbone here. I think this is legit. And you can attribute the smoothness of it to being that it's makeup. And it even goes under her top here. So yeah, this is real. Billie Eilish. Alright. Fake. Fake. Some of these are too fast. That's not what Billie looks like. That's not what Billie... A, Billie has way more titty than this, okay? Way more titty than this. B, that's just not... Her face to neck proportions are wrong. Her face is just all wrong here. It's just not correct. This is an imposter. Titties aside, this is an imposter, alright? I've seen her in person. I've seen her live in person, okay? Like, she's hung up on my wall, alright? I have her album cover on my wall. Yes, I have seen this woman's face a lot. I follow her on TikTok. I see her face a lot. This is not what her face looks like, alright? Yes, I'm a fan. Absolutely, I'm a fan. I am, dare I say it, a stan. Ooh, the sun has risen. We are getting direct sunlight all of a sudden. Goddamn. There's a lot of light coming through that window right now. Would you crumble if you met her? Probably not. She's younger than me, so no, probably not. But it would be very exciting. She seems like a very fun person to hang out with. I'm a stan. I'm not a fangirl. These are different things. I think she's great. I think she's iconic. I think her music is fantastic. I think she's a cool person. I think she'd be fun to hang out with. But that's where it stops. I don't idolize her. I just think she's very, very talented. And I think part of that is because she's younger than me. So, by a bit, which hurts my ego, but you know. This woman presenter Lori claims speaking fluent Hindi. Oh, this is gonna be hard. Okay, because I don't know. Okay, I'm not very good at Hindi, so I don't know how I was gonna say.
उसने जेम्स कॉर्डेन को अपने 8 साल बाद लेट शो में शामिल होने की खबर पर विश्वास करेंगे?
I'm gonna have to listen to this a few times because I don't know what Hindi usually sounds like, so.
उसने जेम्स कॉर्डेन को अपने 8 साल बाद लेट शो में शामिल होने की खबर पर विश्वास करेंगे?
AI. I think that's AI. I feel like I heard a clip on her speech.
उसने जेम्स कॉर्डेन को अपने 8 साल बाद लेट शो में शामिल होने की खबर पर विश्वास
Yeah,
करेंगे?
there's a right there at the end, right here.
में शामिल होने की खबर पर विश्वास
Yeah,
करेंगे?
there's a little glitch in it. Yeah. Oh, that's AI as fuck. What? That's not AI? Everything looks so smooth. What the fuck? It doesn't look like it has any texture to it. That's bizarre. I don't like that. Oh, that's funny, Jay. Alright. Morgan Freeman's voice. Alright.
What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being?
AI. Hold on.
Would you believe me? What if I were to tell you
deep.
that I am not even a human being?
It's not deep enough. His voice is not deep enough. What's up, Romaine? What's up? They're also more talented than me in MG. Fake. Let me double check though. Is that what Kendall Jenner even looks like? I don't know what Kendall Jenner looks like. Yeah, no, Morgan Freeman's voice, it wasn't deep enough. It didn't have that, it didn't have that like, you know, like the like vibratiness that men's voices have. It wasn't enough. I think this is AI, but I'm not familiar enough with what she looks like. I'm looking for any like weird, the jacket looks a little weird, but the wrinkles all look pretty normal actually. Like there's nothing weird about the wrinkles on this jacket here. It just, the background looks a little bizarre. If it's AI, it's good AI. Because these wrinkles are really good. The only thing that makes me say no is the face. Her face looks like it's been smacked on at the end. Like it looks cut out. Pretty much all the way around. It looks cut out. Like it fully, there's no like fade into the hairline. It just completely cuts off. I'm gonna go against my gut. Fuck! I should have gone with my gut. Damn it! I should have gone with my gut. I didn't do as well that time because I didn't go with my gut. God damn it. Well. Alright, Margot. This is Margot. Boom! Some of these are too quick. Another woman whose face I'm very familiar with. That has some bizarre facial proportions, but it looks real to me. Nothing looks too off about this. Margot Robbie is an icon, absolutely, an icon and a legend. His is real. It's good AI if it's AI. I think some of the lumps on his head here are a little weird, but that could just be perspective of the photo. Yeah. It would have had to been some real good AI.
Elon Musk presented his new project, in which he has already invested more than $3 billion. Musk's new project opens up great investment opportunities for British citizens.
It's real. The audio is real, at least.
Elon Musk presented his new project, in which he has already invested more than $3 billion. Musk's new project opens up great investment opportunities for British citizens.
The audio sounds real, but the video doesn't look real at all. Yeah, the audio sounds good though. Martin Lewis described it as a weird and frightening defects are made using artificial intelligence. That's weird. That the audio headline was phenomenal. Or the audio headline. The audio deepfake was phenomenal. The video was trash. I'm just listening because I'm using the things I know. I know what footage is supposed to look like, and I know how audio is supposed to sound, and I know how audio sounds when it is edited. So I wasn't looking for context. I'm listening to what it sounds like and what it looks like. I don't give a fuck what they're saying or what they're talking about. I don't care. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm listening for cuts in the audio, which AI is really bad at most of the time. You have to have a lot of examples of people talking to get AI deepfakes this good. I don't know who Martin Lewis is. Full honesty, don't know who he is. But he must be on TV all the time because that was very good deepfake audio. That was very good. If he's a reporter, that makes a lot of sense because reporters speak in a very specific way that AI would be able to chop up a lot more easily where you can't notice it. But the video absolutely gave it away. The video, I've never seen a more AI video in my life. Sure is. That's him. AI. My sensors were going off. His face is his beard is so smooth. This is not what Rudd Paul. This is Rudd Paul. That's who this is. This is Rudd Paul, not Paul Rudd. That's Rudd Paul. Okay. She looks pretty good. Like, she looks pretty accurate, except for this thing dangling on her face. Doesn't look like it's actually on her face. But his face looks all wrong. Like, this looks like, you know, those horror, like the horror genre of like mimics and stuff. That's what he looks like. He looks like a mimic. This doesn't look real at all. I'm trying to figure out what it would be from. Yeah, because that's not what Tom Holland's body looks like, and that's not what Nicki Minaj's body looks like. Their faces look correct. His face goes on a little too long. Like, his jaw doesn't, he doesn't have this much face back, if that makes sense. Like, he doesn't go back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, his jaw stops shorter than that normally. His face isn't quite as deep as that. And then Nicki's face is normal, because she's straight on, so that's easier to slap a face onto that. But her neck doesn't match. She don't have the titties she normally got. This is just not what her body looks like, and this ain't how she sits. I don't know how to tell you that. That's not how Nicki Minaj sits, okay? And these are not Tom Holland's shoulders. He is not that broad. Yeah, this just isn't a good deepfake at all. I didn't immediately clock it because my brain was so confused by what it was looking at. I was like, what am I looking at? No, this is real. I've been duped. Alright, what's off? I didn't look at anybody's hands. I didn't go for the hands. Oh yeah, if I'd looked at the hands, I would have seen. The hands are weird. He looks great, though. Looks a little spooky, but he looks great. The deepfake of him is phenomenal. Even though, in hindsight, that is not what his abs look like, but whatever. Yeah, that's her. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. That's her. I'm going with my gut. Fuck you. I know. I've missed one on a couple, but that's the best I've done thus far is miss one. I'd like to see you do any better, Jimmy. I'd like to see you do better. I want more. Give me more. What is fake news? What's that? Uh-oh. Oh, it's just I don't want to take a quiz about fake news. All of the above. All of the above. All of the above. It's all of the above. Get fucked. 4 out of 4, baby. I love taking quizzes. Especially quizzes that I'm surprisingly good at. We can scroll through photos together. There could be nudity on here because it does happen. It's not like based on any sort of like what you look at stuff. So there's just some of everything in here. So there is occasional nudity. Don't sue me, Twitch. God. But it's a big hodgepodge of everything that's on the site. I mean, that's popular currently. Community. I don't know what that means. So nudity. Scroll. Okay. I love doing little quizzes like that. I find them fun. Oh, this is cool. Oh, the detail. God, there's so much detail. It's also interesting because I can use my knowledge that I have about CGI that I've picked up from watching behind the scenes footage of how movies are made and watching things like Corridor Crews, VFX Artist Reacts, and taking things that I learned like that can also help me spot bad AI. Because AI will make the same mistakes that we make as humans, some of them, and some of the mistakes we make as humans, AI won't make. So like floating heads, for example, is a common fuck up that like when in the de-aging process that we do for movies occasionally. Having a floating head is a common issue that you will see, both when it's done as a deep fake and when it's done by hand. It can happen both times. It's less common when you use deep fake technology combined with other technology. Using just deep fake technology you can end up with that like where the face isn't turned correctly on the head, which you saw in some of those AI photos. In the newest, I know no one watched it, but the newest Indiana Jones movie, they used a new technique, a newer technique of, was that movie? Fuck. I'm trying to quote Corridor again. I think it was that movie. Where they used a new technique of capture to get the lighting and stuff right. No, I'm wrong. It was for Thor: Love and Thunder. It was for Thor: Love and Thunder, where they created this whole... I'm not going to try to explain it all because it's very complex. They created this whole complex lighting system and capture system to essentially to allow them to change where the light source was in the room by hand, realistically. And then they went through this whole thing of like creating this system and implementing it and setting up the sound stage and all this stuff. And then a few months later, someone made an incredibly good AI program that does it just as good. And it does it to the degree that it saves so much time, and then you can tweak it by hand to make it perfect. And then for the deepfake technology, they combined normal motion tracking that they would use for any sort of like face tracking, like when they when they make Thanos or Hulk, they put the dots on the face and they do the basic recording like that, and then they plaster the face on it. Combine that with deepfake technology to de-age somebody, those two things combined make what they had in the newest Indiana Jones movie, which is why the newest Indiana Jones de-aging is some of the best you can ever see, because it is very good. I've not seen the movie, but all of the clips I have seen are phenomenal. Very much de-aged. Look at all the ones I downloaded today. Woo! It's so pretty. It's so gorgeous. Oh my god. Okay. But I can take knowledge that I have like that, like useless knowledge that I have that I will never be able to implement in my day-to-day life, to make it easier to spot things like AI. My stupid and quite often frustrating ability to hear any sort of imperfection in audio, especially voice audio, is something I can use to rip out some AI audio, especially of someone whose voice I know. Someone whose voice I've heard as often as I have heard Joe Biden's voice, Donald Trump's voice, Hassan Piker's voice. These people whose voices I have heard for way too many hours of my life. The first two is way too many. Hassan, that's my own choice. I do that to myself. It makes it a lot easier to pick it out because I know what they sound like. I know what they're supposed to sound like. And then you take the fact that I can use my survival instinct of uncanny valley hearing, because we have it for our eyes, where we have the uncanny valley of seeing people's faces and being like, something's wrong, something's different, something doesn't look how it's supposed to. We have that for voices as well. We have this thing in our instincts that goes, that sounds almost human. That sounds almost right. To where if what you're looking at matches it, your brain is going to dismiss it. If what you're looking at looks normal and the ear is off just a little bit, you're going to dismiss that the little bit of off. But if you're just hearing it and it sounds off, you're going to go, that sounds a little weird. That sounds kind of like Trump, but not quite. And then when you realize AI exists, you're going to go, I wonder if this is AI. And then you'll scroll down and see a bunch of people saying it's AI. But if it's paired with a really, 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 really good deepfake, which there are really good Trump deepfakes out there, he's a hard one to deepfake in my opinion, along with Biden. Biden's stutter makes him a little bit harder to deepfake, which is how that one of him I knew was real, because that stutter in the middle of a word, that's something AI is not capable of doing realistically yet. It just isn't. It's really hard to fake a stutter where they repeat a word 2 or 3 times, not necessarily, but to stop in the middle of a word and then pick it back up the way he did in that specific clip was very, 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 that's not possible for an AI to duplicate unless it takes the whole chunk, unless they can take that exact instance of that verbiage being used again, cut it and paste it. That's the only way that would be able to fake it. It's not going to be able to recreate it necessarily. The Tom Cruise ended up being a fake. It was a really good fake, though. I think the front half was really good. The thing that clued NMG into it was the voice. Was that the voice it sounded like an imitator, which it was. It was someone doing a fake Tom Cruise with a deep fake on their face. Which is why the voice didn't throw me off, because it was a real voice. I just didn't clock it as not Tom Cruise's voice, because I'm not very familiar with what Tom Cruise sounds like. I have a general idea of what he sounds like. His normal speaking voice, I have a general idea of what it sounds like. I know what his acting voice sounds like, but I don't know what he sounds like when he just casually talks that well anyways. So it didn't sound anything off to me, which is why if that clip had stopped before he sat back in the haircut chair, I would have thought it was real. But when he sat back in the haircut chair, we got deep cut face. And I was like, that was wrong. Which is what made me question it, which is why I went in to look at the deep fake on the face. Because I knew the audio was seamless. The audio, there was nothing wrong with it. The deep fake face. And so I went in to look at the face closer up to see if I could see anything off, floating head, things like that. And I didn't see anything wrong with it. It was a really good deepfake up close, but from far away, not good at all. Hello, Delilah. Hello. Christian's sister. Hi, hi, hi. His voice is a bit deeper and a bit more gravelly. I've not watched very many of his movies. With the exception of Edge of Tomorrow, I don't think I've watched any of his movies more than once. Because I've not watched any of the Mission Impossible films. What the fuck else has he been in? He's been in a lot. I know. I'm aware. I've not watched either of the Top Gun movies. I didn't see The Mummy. I've seen War... Have I seen War of the Worlds? I think I did watch War of the Worlds. Did I? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I clearly didn't leave an impression if I did. I've seen Oblivion, but that's been a long time ago. I've seen Minority Report, also a long time ago. Yeah, I've really not seen a lot of what he's been in. So, no, I haven't seen any of the Mummies. I haven't seen any of them. But I especially haven't seen the one that he was in, because no one said it was good. Not a single soul said it was good. Yeah, I've only seen a couple of his movies. I've seen Oblivion once. I've seen Minority Report one time. And then I've watched Edge of Tomorrow several times. But that's it. I've not watched any of his other movies. So, I am not familiar with his voice. And that is why they got me. That's how they duped me. Because I was unfamiliar. Whereas Morgan Freeman, we are all intimately familiar with Morgan Freeman's voice. And we would all like to be more familiar with his voice. Because his voice, beautiful, gorgeous, and amazing. A phenomenal voice. Truly phenomenal. So it was an easy spot. Exactly what I said. Exactly what it says. You see the Brendan Fraser mummy for Halloween. I can guarantee you that won't happen. I can barely get myself to watch movies I've wanted to watch for the past few weeks, let alone a movie I don't really have any interest in seeing. Ooh, fun. I think I'm going to rewatch Man of Steel tonight. I don't know if it will actually happen, but I would like it to happen. So we'll see if it happens. You still need to watch John... Yes, you do. You do need to watch John Wick, Jimmy. It'll happen eventually. It'll happen when it's meant to happen. Oh yeah, didn't you say you bought it like a year ago or something crazy? Like a while ago. Oh, the music's still off. I should turn the music back on. So that the background noise isn't just the construction outside my windows. Yeah, no, I meant had them. You've had them for a while. Sorry. So sorry to offend you so horribly. Why not? You seem privileged enough that no one in your family is remotely in the armed forces. Is that a privilege to not be part of the armed forces? I mean, yeah, it is. Enjoy PTSD, you know. But just because I don't have a dog in the fight doesn't mean I can't have a voice in the fight. And just by putting it as the title of this stream, even though it's not even remotely relevant to what we've been talking about so far, guess what we're doing now? We're talking about it now. Yeah, we do. We do have friends in the armed forces. And I have friends whose family is in the armed forces. So, depends. What do you think? Use your brain if you're so educated. If you're so educated that you think I'm not allowed to title my own Twitch stream, then what am I? F to M or M to F? What do you think? It's up to you. Coming to my stream. Guns blazing. Oh, always. We stay bitchier up in here. Jimmy, this guy don't know what he's just walked into, does he? He ain't got no clue. If you want to insult me, just insult me, because it's not gonna work. Yeah, honestly, you should, NMG. That's great. Bitch to bitch here, because it works regardless of which direction you're going. Because I've always been a bitch. Always and forever. You know, and it's always nice when they ask, because they don't know, which means I pass. So, they can't tell, which means I pass, you know? Because they only ask when you look male. Just for reference. They only ask when you pass as a guy. They don't ask when you pass as a woman, because it's impossible to them that a person who used to be a man could ever look like a woman. That's just not something they can contemplate in their brain. So if they're asking, and they look like me, it means I pass as male, because they can't tell. So, it's very nice. Thank you for affirming my gender. Even though I know that wasn't your goal, that was what you accomplished. So, again, the reason why I put it there. I literally have, like, you can see that I have transgender in my tags, but you can also see that I have my fucking pronouns in there as well. So asking the question is stupid for so many reasons. I mean, I do look like a teenager. I've only been transitioning for 3 years. So again, you're still not wrong. I'm a corny bitch ass hoe, and I do look like a teenager. Thank you for saying I look young. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Facts, NMG, facts. We are not boring boomers. We are educated Gen Z. At least I am up in here. I may not be a teenager, but I am still Gen Z. Whether I like it or not. Honestly. Oh, it's so cute when they think they can come in here and insult me. It doesn't work, honey. You can't say anything that's gonna hurt my feelings that I haven't already thought in my brain, alright? You can't hurt me. You can't. You can't hurt me. I don't know what to tell you. And believe me, many more experienced a bully have tried. Many more experienced. But if you want to sit here and talk about the genocide that is currently occurring in Palestine, we can sit here and talk about it, because it's all I've been thinking about for the past 24 hours. It's why I'm so wired at the moment, because I haven't been able to sleep, because that's all I've been doing is my research. That's all I've been doing for the past way too fucking long, is educating myself on the topic and witnessing it through my phone from people who are there on the ground experiencing it. From the people who don't get to sleep because there are bombs dropping around them. I have way more experience that I would like to have in it, because I have seen way more than I would have liked to have. But I'm also glad that I have, because I would much rather know the horrors that are going on in this world than to be blind to them and walk around thinking that everything is fine everywhere when it isn't. I would much rather know that my government doesn't give two shits about how I feel or about how millions of people in this country feel about this topic than to sit around thinking that my government loves me. I'm already trans, so I already know that that's not how my government feels about me. I already know my government doesn't give two shits about my life. But to know that they don't give two shits about my opinions, even though that's their fucking job, I would much rather know than to be ignorant to it. Because while ignorance might be bliss, I don't like to walk around blind. I spent my childhood doing that. I will not be spending my adulthood doing that, because nothing will ever fucking change if we don't experience it, if we don't listen to it, and if we don't absorb it. That's the only way things get better, is to know about it. We can't fix problems if we don't know that they're there. We can't do anything about it if we don't know nothing's happening. If we thought everything was all hunky-dory over there, no one would be talking about anything. That's why it's important to know. Even if you're not 100% informed on everything. I'm not physically standing in Palestine or Israel right now, so I'm gonna know a little bit less than the people who are literally there. Like, there ain't nothing I can do about that. So if I could be there helping right now, I would be. But I don't have a way to get there. I don't have the funds to get there. And they're not exactly taking flights at the moment, because the only fucking place to land a plane there has been bombed by Israel. Years ago. Not even recently. Years ago. So, you want to come in here and try to insult me, and you want to bring up a topic that I titled my stream as, we can talk about it. We can fucking talk about it. If you want to talk about it, bring it on. Type your paragraphs. We can have a conversation about it. But to come in here, bring it up, and then try to, oh, I want to misgender you. Let's figure out what gender you are. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. All it's going to do is amuse me. All right? If you want to piss me off, let's have a conversation. If you want me to be offended, that's not going to happen. I don't know what to tell you. It's not gonna happen. But if you want to piss me off, we can talk about it. Ball's in your court. Just waiting for World War III. Honestly, I'm ready to get it over with, because it's coming. I'd rather let's just go, you know? Can we just get it over with, you know what I mean? We've been building to it since 2016. We've been building to it since longer than that, but it's really kicked off back in 2016. And it's just been down here ever since. So, yeah, we're ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. And he's gone. Good. Get the fuck out of my chat. He didn't leave happy, I'll tell you that. He thought he could come in here and make me all, oh, you misgendered me, oh, bitch. Yeah, they only ditched about, I think, a little more than halfway through my rant. I'm surprised they didn't leave when I started laughing at them. Because if you want me to get worked up, we can get worked up. Because I've got a lot of thoughts. I saw a lot of shit on my TikTok feed this past evening. That's why I'm still awake. That's why I haven't slept. That's why I probably won't sleep. Because it's all I can think about. And it should be all anyone can think about, because it's fucked up. Workout? What about workout? We need a workout? I'm not doing any workouts. Sorry about that. Worked up. We can do worked up. I can get worked up. But working out? No. We're not doing any of that. We don't do that around here. I will have none of that. Thank you very much. Max said they've started going to the gym at 8 a.m. so that they can get off work at a more appropriate time. And I was like, awake at 8 in the morning and at the gym? Disgusting. Two terrible things at the same time? Nasty. Oh, I can let the rage out. I can sit here and talk for a while. I just don't know if that's some, you know. Okay, earlier we I mentioned how I don't think the rest of you, I think NMG was the only one who was here at that time. Christian might have been here. I'm not sure. I think it was just NMG. When we talked about the inspired by artwork of that one earlier, that I never showed you, that was inspired by Last of Us. Well, this is one that's also inspired by Last of Us, but it's far less of just a rip. It definitely looks more inspired by, because it's not just a render of a character from Last of Us. See, this is heavily inspired from Last of Us concepts, because we have this here, which is very Last of Us, this right here, but it being from the perspective of military, and these looking zombies. These don't look quite like Last of Us zombies, but I can see where the inspiration definitely came from. This is inspired by. This is what it means to be inspired by. The one I saw earlier, no, that was just a render of Ellie standing in the forest. This could be a whole different universe, a whole different zombie universe, because these don't even quite look like Last of Us zombies. It's not funny, but it's funny because I feel like I'm more educated on what's going on in Palestine than I am on what's been going on in Ukraine for the past year and a half. Because, I mean, the history between Russia and Ukraine is just as rich and long as the history between Palestine and Israel. It's just as long, just as rich, just as fucked up. But the difference being Ukraine has a way to fight back, Palestine does not. Difference being Ukraine has the world backing it, Palestine does not. I don't think we're gonna have World War III, but I don't think we should cheer it on, to be honest, even sarcastically. Oh, I'm not cheering it on, but if it's gonna happen, I'd rather just get it over with instead of living my life day to day. I've said for a while now that I think the US, at least, is reaching a tipping point where the citizens are tired of living how we're living, and our government every single fucking week gets more and more unhinged. They just picked a new speaker after weeks of not having a speaker of the House, and he is just an absolute goblin of a person, with just the absolute most heinous views on the world, and the fact that it took them 3 weeks to pick somebody that they could all kind of agree on making the leader of everything, and it wasn't even all of them that agreed, it was just all of the Republicans that agreed on him, because all of the Democrats abstained from voting, because the Republicans have like a 4-person majority or something. Like, there's just been so many things, from the housing crisis to the energy crisis to the rising prices of literally everything, and except for wages, and the hopelessness of the world that has been exacerbated by 2020 and COVID, and now war after war after war, and the fact that we open our phones to TikTok and the only thing we get to see is the death of children on our phones, but then we scroll and it's some stupid fucking TikTok of someone's breakfast, and then you scroll and there's more death, and then you scroll and there's Halloween costumes, and you scroll and there's death, and you scroll and there's comedy skits, and you scroll and there's death, and you scroll and there's SNL, and it's just the perfect example of what our world has become at this point. And I think so many of us are fucking tired that it is so clearly getting to a point where, again, in America, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but in America, the youth and like millennials and Gen Z are so fucking tired of it all that we're ready to just fucking rile against the government and start it all, burn it down and start it the fuck over, because it's not doing what it's supposed to. It's not representing us, it's not supporting us, it's not helping us. If anything, it's doing the exact opposite of all of those things on an everyday constant basis, with the exception of a few people. Like, literally the list of Congress people that are actually fucking helpful to fucking citizens of the United States, you can count on 2 hands. Like, it is such a small fucking number, and it is infuriating. Also, hello, Jarek. Welcome. One of the few Western countries back in Palestine is Ireland, and that's because Ireland has a similar history dealing with occupation. Absolutely. It's interesting that the British government, they started attacking the BBC, saying that they should class one side as terrorists, but they refused not to break their neutral reporting. Yeah, there is one side that is acting as terrorists. And I'll give you a hint, it's the side that's not currently in rubble. So there's one side where the building has been reduced to rubble and thousands are dead, and then there's another side where there's 1,000 dead and nothing's in rubble. So I don't know which side is doing the terrorism, but I feel like it's pretty obvious at this point. Honestly, it's been like this for quite a while, if not forever, so if it hasn't been toppled now, I don't think it will. Well, it has been like this for a long time, of course, but social media has also gotten to a point where we can see it all the time, anytime, instantly, live, you know what I mean? Yeah, and then add on top the decades of stuff that's been going on, again, talking about America, not talking about Palestine and Israel, which has been going on for a very long time, but specifically talking about what's going on in America. Yeah, and the misinformation is actually part of it, I think. I think since Donald Trump got elected, that's the tipping point in my brain. Since he got elected, our lack of faith in how our country is run as a people, like as a whole, whether that be because you think QAnon is a thing or because you understand that the Electoral College is fucking stupid as shit and shouldn't be a thing anymore. Like, from both sides of the aisle, we don't trust our government anymore. Whether that's because you're fucking insane and think that the government is running a pedophile ring out of a pizza shop, or because you think the government is full of a bunch of old motherfuckers who don't give two shits about what their constituents want and just want to line their pockets. Like, none of us like the government at this point. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have the ones who are so like rah rah America, but they also don't like the way our government runs things because it's too woke, or because it, like, no one likes what's going on in any capacity. It's coming from two different angles, but the end result is the same: government bad. And I think that has been building since Trump got elected. I think it's been building for longer than that, but I think it really blasted off when he got elected. And then when he didn't get reelected, but there was all this misinformation about election interference, and now they're actually prosecuting him for that election interference, and so his followers think he's being like attacked or whatever, when he's actually just breaking the fucking law. And we have this other fucking corpse in office that we had to elect in order to prevent the other orange corpse from getting into the office. And no one really likes the corpse we have in the office, but at least he's not actively trying to kill us all. Kind of. He is actively trying to kill others, but he's not actively trying to kill us, so I guess it's technically better. We didn't really have any other options. And this just constant, every single aspect of our lives is just full of hopelessness to a degree that I think we're all feeling it at this point, to a degree we haven't in a long, long time. I feel it coming to a boil. Like, it genuinely feels like it's coming to a boil. Every single person I talk to, every single person I see on TikTok is fucking tired of living paycheck to paycheck, of working day in and day out for companies who could not care if we killed over tomorrow, despite the fact that we make those companies tons and tons of money, and they can't pay us a living wage, to the fact that our government wants to pass laws about how our bodies are allowed to be used by us, to how our fucking public officials want to try to make laws about things they do not understand, to book bans, to fucking misinformation from our government about what's happening, to learning about new things, like things we've learned about, like we learned, like Juneteenth just became a holiday in the past few years. And in the process of that, like, we learned a lot about our history that we didn't know because the government covered it up and didn't teach us about it. And things that couldn't have happened without social media are happening at a faster and faster rate. And every time something fucking wild and insane happens, we get a bunch more of that information dumped onto us. The amount of information I have learned about the history of Palestine and Israel in the past 12 hours is more than I learned in the rest of my fucking life. And it's just thing after thing after thing after thing after thing after thing, and I feel like we're almost there. You know what I mean? I feel like you can only stack so many fucking tiles on top of each other before it just falls the fuck over. You know what I mean? Like, and I hope we're close to the fall over point, because I don't want to have to live my life like this for too much longer, because I'm fucking tired. You know what I mean? Fucking tired. Oh god, I'm fucking tired. And we're talking about social media. There's right-leaning misinformation and left-leaning misinformation. So to say we can see it on social media is dangerous, and not everything you see is correct, and a lot of it, even the stuff about the war, can be engineered to get a reaction. Yes, I'm aware of that. I know. There's propaganda everywhere, and that's part of my point. That's part of my point, is we don't know what we can trust anymore, because we've been seeing so much misinformation for so long. We were told things growing up, and for the longest time that weren't fucking true. Like, fucking Columbus Day just got renamed to Indigenous Peoples Day because we weren't taught that Columbus was a giant, awful, terrible fuckhole of a person, and who did genocide and rape and murder and like horrible, terrifying things, and we gave him a whole fucking day, a national fucking holiday, and like that just happened. Like, in the past 2 years, we just finally renamed that shit. You know what I mean? And it still was written on my board at work, Happy Columbus Day. Like, you know what I mean? You know? The lack of interest of these younger kids to actually look up stuff themselves through books or even other parts of the internet is not social media. I don't think it's the younger people. It's not the younger people who don't want to look shit up. It's the older people who can't figure out how to Google shit who don't want to look shit up. It's the Gen Zers and the Gen Alpha people who are the ones who are going to dig into the internet and try to find some decent sources, especially Gen Z, who knows how to look for a good source, because that was the one thing we were fucking taught in school, was how to spot a good source. Like, that was the one thing that we were taught. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, and the things to look for when you're looking up sources for a fucking research paper. Those are the two things you take away from public school, from 12 years of public school, which Gen Alpha hasn't experienced all of yet, so we can't give it to them. Not even all of Gen Z is out of fucking that shit yet. But, like, you know what I mean? When I went to school in the US for the first time, I was way too far ahead compared to my fellow 7th graders. Yes. I'll be glad to get rid of our conservative government. 12 years of the same party, and they have just driven the country into the ground. Then they try to blame the past government when it's still the same party. Yeah. 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 I literally did the entire year as a 7th grade, and let me graduate as an 8th grader, like 28 days away from graduation date. You don't think you ever got the reference of historical figures? I never really understood it either, but it was absolutely there. I mean, I grew up in Kentucky, so, you know, the South. So, but, you know, I find out that you have that as an option. You can't skip years in the UK. Oh, I didn't know that, actually. I didn't know that you couldn't skip years in the UK. Yeah, it's rare that it happens here. It happens, but it's fairly rare. You have to really be ahead in your, like, test scores and stuff to be allowed to skip a grade. Ah, that would affect it. Public education isn't that much better. Well, Fitzsimmons were fucking smart as shit. Like I said, you gotta be really ahead on them test scores. And we both know Fitzsimmons, they said test scores, what are those? We don't know what those are. What tests? That? Oh, I thought that was homework. Oh, you mean that was the ACT? Oh, I thought that was homework. Perhaps public school is different. Yeah, exactly. And also, I mean, I feel like if you're literal geniuses, you're gonna skip grades even in a system that's not necessarily designed for that. The lighting in here is so weird. Why is the light coming in that way? I'm live at 4 p.m. all the time. Why is the light coming in like this? Hold on, let me see if there's something like bouncing the light. What the hell is going on? There is. But is that the top floor? No, it's like the second floor. I'm confused. Oh, the building does have windows now, so maybe I'm getting reflection off the windows of the sun that I wasn't getting before they put the windows in, because the windows are the new edition. That's gotta be what it is. I can't think of any other reason why they'd be coming in like this. It doesn't usually look like this. Absolutely. Find me on the streets. I was looking for Palestinian protests in Nebraska, but I couldn't find any. That we had some a week or two ago. It was a small one, and it was in the capital. It wasn't. I don't think it was here in Omaha. I can't remember where it was, but I don't think it was in Omaha. But yeah, I don't think it was discussed where they went to school in Shield Academy. If it was discussed in passing. We've had a few, most cities. Yeah, I've seen the one in London. They've had two, or several. They've had several in London. They've grown each time, which has been phenomenal to see. I was doing fine. I mean, not really. I hadn't cried yet, seeing all the shit that I was seeing on my feed until for whatever reason, the first one, because I saw several after this, but the first video where it was a bunch of clips from different protests of like the size and scale of them, the first one of those I came across is what finally got the first few tears out of me. I don't know why it was that. I think just because this is something that wouldn't have been possible as quickly as it is currently without social media. Like, especially because in America, at least, when you look at the mainstream news, they're not talking about the dead Palestinian children. They're talking about, oh, poor Israel. You know, they're talking about, oh, we have to send Israel funds to help them, our poor sister country, or whatever the fuck, you know? Like, they're not really talking about it as much as they should be. In the way that they should be, I should say. And you really only know about it if you care enough to look in other places that aren't Fox News or CNN or MSNBC. You know what I mean? Like, they've had some things on there. Like, I've seen clips from those occasionally, but usually it's the interviewer, you know, interviewing somebody who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about and trying to shut that person down and trying to get them to condemn Hamas instead of talking about what the actual fucking problem here is. And the problem isn't fucking Hamas. That's not the problem that we have to deal with right now. That is not the main issue in this situation. Is it an issue? Absolutely. Is it the main issue? Not even close. And all of the clips I have seen, the interviewer is asking, do you condemn Hamas's actions? Do you condemn Hamas's actions? Blah, 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 blah. Do you condemn Hamas? Like, why is that what we're talking about? Right now? In this moment. You know what I mean? Fitzsimmons joined the Shield Academy at 16, graduated 3 years early. Fuck. I think the shit that really gets me riled up are the TikToks that I've mostly seen through stitches of people in Israel just having a good old time. Whether it be people in the IDF making dance videos in their uniforms, or the Israeli civilians celebrating the sounds of bombs going off. I think those are the ones that hit me. Not the footage of the carnage, not the footage of dead children, not the footage of dead children carrying body parts of other dead children in their hands, not the actual horrors of what's happening, but the lack of fucks to give by the people closest to it. The cruelty of it, I think, is what has fucked me up the most. Because there was one specific one, there's been a couple, but there was one specific one that I saw last night where it was in a little like area full of high-rises near the border between Gaza and Israel, and you were close enough you could hear the bombs going off. You could hear the bombs blowing up Gaza, blowing up children and women and men and anyone who's nearby. And after each explosion, you could hear cheering from all of the different high-rises, from these people who have probably been, brainwashed by the Israeli government, the same way we've been brainwashed by the American government our whole fucking lives to believe that America's the fucking best. Cheering for the murder of innocent civilians who they've never met, who've never done anything to them, ever, who have never wished them harm, who have never so much as breathed a false thought towards them. And these people are cheering as they hear death occur. And it's just... I don't have words to describe what that felt like to see from first-person perspective, because the phone was in the hand of someone cheering. And I've just never seen, like, I don't have the words. I'm not good enough at words to describe what that even is, or what that even feels like or looks like. I've never seen it from that perspective before. Like, you hear fucking assholes on the news talk about wipe them all out, wipe out the vermin, and we hear, American politicians talk shit about trans people all the time, and then you hear pro-Israel people talk about how kill all the Palestinians, which is horrifying in its own right. But these are politicians, these are trained people who are trained to say these things, who represent the Israeli government or are fucking Ben Shapiro, and people that you expect to hear bad shit from. But then to listen to normal people cheer while their government blows up children close enough to them they can hear the bombs go off, that's just, I don't know how you... And the thing is, it's not, if that was the only video you were seeing without context, that would be different. But for hours prior to coming across that specific video, I was watching videos of the other side, of where those bombs are hitting, of the press guy who on air learned that Israel had bombed his home, or not his home, but the place where his family was staying, in a designated safe zone, designated safe by the Israeli government, where that specific home was bombed to kill his family by the Israeli government. And he found out about it on air, that his whole family was dead. His wife and his kids and his grandkid. Watching videos of fathers carrying around their kids' body parts in plastic bags because they couldn't find the whole child. Watching men dig out children from underneath rubble and carrying lifeless bodies to gurneys, to mass graves because they don't have enough space to store the thousands of dead children, not even counting the dead adults. To see all of this horrible stuff, and then to see that. To see people cheering it on. It's truly dystopian, and we didn't get that from Ukraine. We didn't get that in Ukraine because the people in Russia, for the most part, don't agree with what Russia is doing to Ukraine. But it's different in Israel, because in Israel, you're taught that Palestinians are scum, from what I've seen. I don't live there. I could be wrong. But from the outside, it's very much what it looks like. Because for a very long time, we were taught in the United States that Muslims are bad because of one terrorist attack committed by a few Muslims that don't represent a whole. So it does not even, I don't question that the Israeli government has done the same, especially because they are occupying a region that isn't theirs in the first place. A place that used to be all Palestinian. And that now they're all shoved into a few tiny corners that have no control over their lives because they're surrounded by Israel, one of the most well-funded governments in the world. And to say, and to claim that the Palestinian, like, I saw a fucking politician, I don't remember where the fuck she was from. She wasn't an American politician. She wasn't speaking English. I don't know where she, I think she was an Israeli official, but don't quote me on that. Said that the deaths of the children in Gaza were those Gazan children's fault. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Those words did not just leave your mouth. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we weren't like shown a photo of a stereotypical Muslim and gone bad. But in every movie where there's a terrorist attack, guess what the terrorist looks like? It's definitely not a standard white dude, clean shaven, in a tux. It's definitely not what they usually look like in movies, right? It's not the people you see getting pulled over in the TSA line. They weren't like directly like, ooh, bad, you know, Muslim bad, but every piece of media says that. The way they word articles that involve a Muslim person versus a non-Muslim person, and this more subliminal messaging of it. We are raised to see a Muslim and see it as a danger, the same way that black people have been painted as the villains for a very long time in U.S. history. They are seen as more dangerous. Black men are seen as more dangerous than white men for some fucking reason because they're black. Ooh, scary. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like the same way that that's been subconsciously and subliminally put everywhere, to the degree that it still affects us on a daily basis. The same was done to Muslims, you know? And so I can only imagine that it's worse in Israel, because for Israel, they're all Jewish, right? And in Palestine, they're all Muslim, right? For the most part, of course. But Israel is a Jewish state, right? And Jewish people and Muslim people, they don't agree on a lot of shit. Different religions, so they don't agree, right? Even though they both worship the same God, but we're not going to get into that right now. So they have a conflict innately, right? And then you add on this the decades upon decades of history between the two regions and the two peoples, right? And you add on like the financial benefits, and the financial benefits are massive, the resources, the desire for power, the idiocracy of men. You add on the men as a thing, not just men, but men and women, men as a species, and it makes sense that, I mean, it doesn't make sense but you know what I mean? Like, it's just, when they say it's complicated. It's not. I don't agree with the statement that the Palestine-Israel situation is complicated. I think the solution is going to be complicated. I don't think the problem is complicated. The problem is pretty explicitly laid out. There's a pretty explicit timeline of it being laid out over the many, many years it's been going on as to what the fucking problem is. The problem is pretty self-fucking explanatory, is two groups of people, one specifically, can't fucking get along, and that one bigger group of people won't let the smaller group of people that they've been gradually pushing out of their own homeland live, or exist, or breathe, or have health care, or have access to clean water, or have access to homes, or have access to escape from being killed. Seems like a pretty obvious problem in my uneducated eyes. You know, I'm just a guy with 2 functioning eyeballs and functioning ears. So what do I know? I'm just a little boy, right? I had a classmate in high school whose last name was Hussein. I guess I had good or at least better teachers at the time that explained it right away. For us, he's not related to Saddam Hussein. I mean, when you think about it, Barack Hussein Obama has become a whole fucking meme because it was used against Barack. Then his middle name was Hussein. So I personally believe it's complicated, but not in the same sense of being neutral, but more I think that there's a lot to learn through it. Oh, it's absolutely, there's a long history, as in, so that's complex in that it's long running. It's been a problem for a very, very long time, and quite frankly, it's a problem because it shouldn't have been. Like, it shouldn't have. The solution after World War II was a bad one. The way they decided to go about trying to fix the problem at the end of World War II was not the correct way. I don't know what the correct way would have been. I have no fucking idea. I wasn't fucking there. I don't know enough about it to even give half of an opinion on what they should have done. No. I don't know enough about how that decision was made to make Israel. I don't know enough about the founding of Israel to speak on it. I do not know enough about it, so I'm not going to speak on it. What I do know about it is it has led to where we are now. And where we are now is not good. Where we are now is about as bad as it can fucking get. Which means how we got here was the wrong fucking path to take. So, you know. And at the end of the day, I'm so tired of hearing Hamas, 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 Hamas. What Hamas did was absolutely heinous. It was terrible. It was awful. It was a fucking violation of so many human rights. It is not okay. At all. In any capacity. It's not even fucking justified. Alright? It's not. Killing civilians is not okay. But do I understand why it happened? Yes. Does that mean I think it's okay? Absolutely not. No. Fuck no. No. Also, Hamas had to know this was going to be the end result of what they did. They had to know. Right? Like, what did they think was going to happen? Do I find it a little suspicious that Hamas was able to sneak into Israeli territory and do the shit that they did? I do think it's a little weird and a little suspicious considering, you know, the whole Iron Dome and all that shit. But whatever. That's a whole conspiracy theory. We're not doing conspiracy theories here. But, you know. But I'm tired of that being the only... Whenever I see a clip from mainstream media, that's all they want to fucking talk about is what Hamas did on the 7th. You know what I mean? That's all they want to fucking talk about. It's the 30th now. Can we talk about what's been happening since then? Because Hamas doesn't seem to have done a fucking wrong thing since then. Now, I could have missed something. It's been a lot of days since then. A lot of news cycles to go around. You know, the whole Eras tour is going on right now. There's important shit going on in the rest of the world. So I'm certain I've missed something at some point. you know, Hamas just released some hostages recently, and they all were like, we weren't treated all that bad, actually. You want to stop bombing the place that we were, you know, trying to not fucking die? The election was in 2006. They elected Hamas back in 2006. And from what I understand, there was some sort of military takeover in 2007, and they haven't had an election since then. Which doesn't surprise me, considering the fact that they're basically run by Israel anyways. Because they're surrounded by Israel. And then you have the West Bank, where there is no Hamas. All accounts will tell you, except for maybe Israel, there is no Hamas in the West Bank. None. Yet Palestinians are killed there all the fucking time. By Israeli soldiers. By Israeli officials. Regularly. What reasoning do they have for that? Because it's not Hamas. So I don't know who they're blaming for that. At least in Gaza, they have a scapegoat of Hamas using, you know, human shields because, oh, they have a human shield, so I guess that means we get to blow the human shield up then, right? That's how that works, right? When someone takes a hostage, we're allowed to just kill the hostage to kill the bad guy, right? That's how we deal with hostage situations, right? The fact that anybody thinks that's an okay excuse is fucking flabbergasting to me. Like, my mind is absolutely not, I can't comprehend that to any capacity. Yes, I've seen that as well, which is absolutely possible. But at the very least, they were given showers and enough food to not look emaciated when they were given back. So, because they were clean when they were received back. They looked well fed. They didn't look skinnier than they were when they were taken hostage. They seemed pretty much okay for being held hostage for several weeks by a terrorist organization, you know? So maybe they do have incentive. Maybe they don't. But at the end of the day, whether they are, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what Hamas is doing. Because right now, the people doing the murder and the war crimes is Israel. The government of Israel are the ones doing war crimes right now. So quite frankly, I don't give a fuck what Hamas is doing right now. Because I've heard a number of people say this. You know what we did? America did after 9/11? Special operations in the Middle East. That's how we took care of our terrorists. Did we also destabilize the entire region at the time? We did, but that is not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about specifically in response and in retaliation for 9/11. Did we drop an atomic bomb on the Middle East? No. We sent in special operations to go find the fuckers who were involved in it and kill them along with some civilian casualties that we're not going to talk about. Not important. But what Israel is doing right now is killing everyone in their path. Everyone. Indiscriminately. Men, women, children, and Hamas. They don't care. And it's so obvious that they do not care because they are bombing a place where half of its people are children. There is no situation where that is okay. None. There is not a single fucking scenario you can offer to me where that is okay. None. Yeah, I agree. And it's just infuriating because all I can do is sit here and talk to y'all. That's all I can do. I can not go get Starbucks. I already wasn't doing that. I can boycott a couple other places that I do occasionally visit, like Subway, or, you know, places that may or may not be giving money to Israel. I don't even know if Subway is. I don't know. The list I have seen includes basically every company under the sun because they're all fucking owned by like 4 corporations. Now, is that because those companies put out supportive statements for Israel the day of the Hamas attack? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. which just adds to the fact that I don't know what I can do to help. Because it's been made very clear by the higher-ups in this country that they don't care what I think. They don't care what my peers think. They don't care what my fellow Gen Zers think. They don't care what the millennials think. They don't care what anybody fucking thinks. All they care about is how much more money can I make. That's it. And they have made that abundantly clear. Exactly. They just want to line their pockets. And they have, ironically, been building to this point for a long time, our government. The Republicans have been, the Democrats too, but the Republicans especially, have been fiddling their hands all up in the underbelly of our government, moving shit around to where they can have just enough control to undermine the will of the people. And the Democrats have let them, which is why I don't fucking like them either. They're just as fucking complicit. They may not always be the ones making the bad decisions, not that they don't do it sometimes, but they're sitting there letting the Republicans fuck shit up when they have every ability to unfuck shit up when they have the power. Because there have been plenty of times in my lifetime where Democrats have had control of the House and the Senate and the fucking presidency. You know? There have been times where they've had full control of it all. And what did they do with it? Fucking nothing. Legalize gay marriage. Ooh. Big fucking whoop. What about everything else? What about all of the other things? Huh? You know what I mean? Because the Republicans sure as fuck be using their time to do shit. Not shit that we wanted them to do, but shit that they want to get done. And they've been planning to get done for a long, long time. And they've succeeded. Overturning abortion. That was a very long-term goal for them that they succeeded. Exactly my point. Thank you for proving my point, NMG. Thank you. Appreciate it. The Democrats are fucking useless, and the Republicans are against our best interest. So we have two parties who don't give a fuck, with the occasional sprinkling of a person who does seem to give a fuck. But that's not enough to do anything. One or two people who give a fuck, it's not enough. It's simply not enough. And that's not even talking about all the individual states by themselves. That's too much information to even keep track of. I don't even want to think about it. That's way too much to keep track of. No. I love your want to help, it's good, but I do think it's also important to take care of yourself, and honestly, it shouldn't be our responsibility to care about war crimes on the other side of the globe. It shouldn't be, but it is, because our government just pledged to send 100 billion fucking of our fucking tax dollars to Israel to continue to allow them to bomb Palestine. So unfortunately, it is on us. Because it's my tax dollars that are killing children in Palestine right now. And have been. Because all of their weapons have a big old USA stamp on the side of them. All of them. Along with the UK and a bunch of other fucking European nations. But especially ours. We give them so much money every single fucking year for what? So they can have free healthcare? So they can access college for free? So they can blow up Palestinian children whenever the fuck they feel like and get away with war crimes on a weekly basis? Like, it's... And to make matters worse, we are dealing with every kind of crisis we can deal with right now in the United States of America. But our government wants to send 100 billion of our tax dollars to a country that's doing genocide right now. But you don't want to raise the minimum wage? You don't want you don't want to raise the legal minimum wage to $15 an hour, even though most companies already pay that? You don't want to wipe out our student loan debts for free, even though it's not going to cost you a dime? But you're willing to send 100 billion, sorry, with a B, right? Billion of our dollars to a government who's actively doing genocide right now. And you think we don't notice. They think we don't notice. And the point is, it doesn't matter that we notice, because they can do it anyways. Because they don't have to put that kind of shit to a universal vote to the people, even though I feel like they kind of should. If you're gonna, there should be a money cap on if you're sending our tax dollars somewhere, regardless of where it's at. We as a people should have to vote on that, especially if it's going outside of the country. No, sir, not okay with that. Not okay with that. I can barely afford to pay my rent. But you want to send my tax dollars, which y'all take a lot of, by the way? Really? And then you add on the stupidly high military budget that we have for this stupid fucking country. And I know it's a meme, but the meme that's been going around about them adding women to the draft or bringing the draft back, I know it's a meme, I'm aware. I know it's not a thing they're going to actually fucking do. It's not like it would work if they did. It's just so ironic that they think anyone would want to fucking fight for this country, especially in my generation. Not to mention, most of us are too fucking mentally ill to do it anyways. Which is part of the joke on TikTok, and the part of the meme is we're all too mentally ill to do it anyways. And even if we are qualified, like if they change the admissions to allow us in, we're gonna go to fucking jail instead. Because I'm not gonna fight a war for this shitty fucking country where I can get 5 years of 3 meals a day in prison. The fuck? 5 free years? I don't have to pay rent, and I get 3 meals a day decided for me and brought to my door? Say less. Quite frankly, that's where this country is at. that is a pretty unified, agreed on opinion by a lot of the people on social media right now. A lot. A large portion. A lot. It's a lot. Of people. It's just all a shit show, and I'm fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired of it. Truly tired of it. And I feel bad and conflicted about TikTok specifically, because TikTok is where my brain goes when I can't decide what I want to do with my evening. When there are too many options that my brain cancels them all out and says, let's do something else. It goes to TikTok, right? TikTok is supposed to be my fun, happy brain place where I can go scroll through some funny, happy ha-has, right? Some cute dogs, some stupid people doing stupid shit, some sissy, the chick who thinks she's crazy because she buys store-bought pesto, and all the fucking stitches of her and Halloween stuff because it's Halloween tomorrow and there's a bunch of cool Halloween costumes, and that's what my For You page was 42 hours ago. With the occasional, I've had occasional Palestine stuff over the past month, but not a lot. Maybe 30%. But it's not that anymore. My escape place is now 95% doom and gloom. It is now literally a doom scroll. Because the likelihood I'm going to come across a funny haha video is like 1 in 30, 1 in 20, somewhere between those two. And when I do finally come across one of those, I feel bad and I can't fucking enjoy it because I just watched children get murdered. And I'm conflicted because I want my funny haha space back. But not just because the news cycle wants to throw it out. I want my funny ha-has back because the world's somewhat kind of maybe holding itself together again. I want it back because the bombings have stopped. I want it back because there's a ceasefire again. I want it back because Israel will allow aid back into their country that they've been bombing the ever-loving fucking shit out of. I need to just get off TikTok for my own sanity. Maybe I can use this as the excuse to finally sit down and do the shit that I want to do in my apartment that's not on social media. But my point is I don't want to not see it because I want to know. I want to be aware of what's going on. because I feel like that makes me a more well-rounded human, to not just sit blindly in the corner and ignore the darkness that's in this world, because the darkness that's in this world has been there for a long time, and my government has played a huge part in it for a very, very long time. And as an American citizen, I feel it is partially my duty to at least be aware of it, even if I can't directly change it. Because at least if I know about it, I can be informed. You know what I mean? I can, when I see someone doing some stupid shit and saying some stupid shit like America's the greatest country on the planet, I can knock their assholes into the ground and tell them to fucking go kill themselves. I can tell them to go fuck off because they're fucking wrong. And here's 8 million different reasons as to why you're wrong. You know? But I miss my funny haha space. Which is, in and of itself, such a trivial fucking thing to miss. Because there are thousands and thousands of just Palestinians that will never get to speak to their family members again, and may never even get to see their family members again, because their family members have been pulverized to dust. And I know we're all allowed to have our struggles and troubles. Don't worry. I'm aware I'm allowed to feel the way I'm feeling. I'm aware. It's just a lot of feelings to feel all at once. And I'll be fine. I'll get through it. But it's just a lot. You know? As someone who's sort of stepping out of the working class, it feels like a lot of this is driven by the systems of power. Absolutely. Even those somewhat high up aren't afforded the ability to think through their decisions and who they might hurt. They might care, they might want to do good things, but sometimes they just can't because it's not what the system wants. Perhaps you should find a YouTube channel that you feel covers it accurately, then you get a condensed rundown of the current news. Yeah, I've got a couple TikTok channels that I feel cover it well, and condensely. I say TikTok because it has to be condensed on TikTok because you can only get so long on TikTok, whereas the only way to cover it accurately on YouTube is to make a 60-hour video about it because the history is so long and rich. And quite frankly, I'm at the point where I feel like I know all I need to know. You know? I have the information I need to know where I stand. I know where I have all the information I need to where if someone says, hey, you want to go to a rally, I know what my answer is. You know? And while the only thing I might be able to do is not go buy any Starbucks and change my Twitter banner, at least I'm aware of what's going on. And it's really only escalated to a constant scroll on TikTok of it all being bad stuff in the past day or so. I don't know what happened while I was scrolling last night, but it very quickly changed from like 30% Palestine to 70% Palestine to 90% Palestine to 95% Palestine. It was very sudden that it changed tonight. I don't know why last night was the night. I guess I liked one too many and reposted one too many. Ones that were old. Quite frankly, a lot of the stuff I was seeing was from a week or two ago. 5 days ago, 6 days ago. They started their ground invasion recently, like a couple days ago, which no one's been fucking covering. Even the people who I trust to give me the news haven't been fucking covering it. Like, I watch Philip DeFranco, right? I watch him regularly. I keep up with his stuff pretty regularly. The only ones I get behind on are the Thursday shows because I have work. And I usually will watch those when I get in on Thursday after my Thursday shift, or I'll watch them Sunday while I eat dinner or whatever, if there's a Friday show as well. And he hasn't done a deep dive on it. I haven't watched this week's John Oliver. It's possible he covers it some in his front half of his show. The main story is about chocolate, so that'll be fun to watch tonight. But it's possible he'll definitely talk about it some in eventually, even if it's not this week, he'll talk about it eventually when they have enough information to make probably a whole story on it. They'll probably make it a focus of an episode once we get more, not resolved, but once the bombs fucking stop falling. I'm sure they'll make a more comprehensive story on it. They've already covered the Israel-Palestine conflict years ago, which has been making its rounds on TikTok as well. Not really much more I can say. Oh, I don't watch his YouTube shorts. I watch YouTube shorts, but I usually click on the ones that I want to see, and I don't usually click on the news ones. YouTube shorts is my funny haha now, because it's where I get Trixie and Katya shorts, and gymnastics shorts, and rock climbing shorts, and, you know, stuff like that. Oh, I can always tell when he's entered an ad read, because he uses a different voice for his ad reads versus his normal stuff. And he's talked about it a little bit in his episodes, but it's not like a lot, you know. It's not in depth enough, and it's too two-sided for me. It's not explicitly both sides. They're not an hour long. The longest they get is 30 minutes. That's the longest they get. Oh, I always can tell exactly when he's entered an ad read. Not just because a lot of the ad reads for the same companies are the same, but like just the way he leads into it, it's just a different vibe. And because I watch it daily, like I watch it as they come out, I've been watching it as they come out for a while now too. So I know his ad read voice. I'm like, I don't want your ads, Phil, and I skip over the ad. I mean, I just bought a bunch of his merch, so, which I am in love with, by the way. I do love the merch. I got a compliment on my As Above, So Below merch at work, which made me happy. Only one fucking person said anything, and I was like, thank you, Vince, I love you. As above, so below. I like it because it's not Philip DeFranco. It's just a cool design and a comfy hoodie, comfy zip hoodie, you know. And this is the one that has a hole in the shoulder that I got the replacement coming for. It's got a hole in the shoulder, but I wear this one to work because it's already damaged. So why not wear it to work where it can get more damaged? But Vince walked by me on his way to go to a meeting, and my back was to him when he walked past me because of where I was standing. And he said, I like your sweatshirt. I don't know what it's from, but I like it. As he was walking by. So I didn't get to immediately respond. I can't breathe. My nose. And as he walked back by me to go back to where he came from, a few minutes later, he asked me where it was from. And I was like, I had trouble explaining because it's technically YouTuber merch, but also not in the typical way you think of YouTuber merch. Like the way this is Twitch merch, you know? It explicitly says Twitch on it, you know? Like it's not merch in that sense. It's not, the design is in no way related to Philip DeFranco or even the news. It's just a cool design that he commissioned and sells, which is one of the things I like about it. Same with the shirt that I bought, and the posters that I've bought, and the pants that I've bought, and I've bought pants from him. Yeah. So, yeah. That's fair. I've been buying more merch lately because It's the only clothing I can justify buying pre-top surgery because it's usually like sweatshirts and stuff. And I'm trying to change up my wardrobe a little bit. I've had the same wardrobe for ages, and I want some new shirts with some cool designs on it. And he finally put a shirt out where the design is on the front of the shirt and not the back of the shirt. I hate it when the cool design is on the back of the shirt because I can't fucking see it because I've always got a jacket on. Put it on the front so I can see it. I want to see it. I want to see the fucking cool ass design that I paid for because I'll just have it on the back and then a little like name on the front. That's fair. Jamie, I can't watch your cheer up video. We've got to naturally skew out. Otherwise, we're just in the TikTok thing where it feels inappropriate to go watch a happy fun. I'll turn the music back on now that we're done with the serious talk. Thank you for letting me get it out. I needed to get it out. A third space? No, I haven't. That's fair. I understand that. Yeah, also, he doesn't do returns for sizing because all the stuff is made to order. Like, they open it for order, and then they close it, and then they make it, and then they ship it. Like, they open the opportunity for order, and then they end it, and they make it and send it. So they don't do returns for size, but they will do returns for, like, manufacturer errors and stuff like that. But I knew what size to get because I bought stuff from him before. So, and I bought another poster from him. It was only $5. It was one of the older posters that we didn't buy back when I bought my old one, and it was only $5. So I was like, yeah, I'll throw that in there. It's a cool poster. Yeah, I bought this one as a shirt, not a long sleeve, but just as a basic t-shirt, because I love the One Day Wallaby Skeletons mantra, like the term. And then obviously I bought this. Yeah, this is the shirt that I bought. This shirt. Yeah, I know it's a $40 tee, but his stuff's high quality. It's high quality stuff. It lasts a long time. I didn't buy the crew neck. I'm not comfortable with buying long sleeve stuff until I don't have tatas anymore, like long sleeve shirts. Like I'll buy jackets and stuff, but I want to be able to buy a crew that I can wear that fits a bit more tightly to my body, and I can't do that right now. So I hold off on the crews. But I bought this one partially because I like the design, but also because the design is on the front of the shirt, which he never fucking does. Like this one, for example. This is what the shirt looks like from the front. This is what it looks like from the back. The fun is on the back, and I don't fucking like it. So I had to buy it because it finally had a design on the front, and it was a design on like both of the things at once. So I had to buy it. I like the design of this crew. If I was, topless at this point, no titties, I probably would have bought this crew because I like it's simple, but sleek. And then I bought the tie-dye shirt of this design because I need more not black shirts because that's all I have are black shirts. And then the jacket. I didn't like this one. I don't like this design where everyone's a villain in someone else's story. I don't like that. I don't want to think about that. I like the blue color. I hope he makes more merch in this blue color. I like that. It's a very nice baby blue. But I wasn't a fan of the other stuff. And then I bought this poster because it was $5. Because I don't think the posters are made to order. The clothing all is, but the posters don't appear to be because they've had these posters for a while and they've gradually been going down in price. And I have this keychain as well. I bought that keychain. It's on my keys now. So, what's the point of having the design on the back? I don't know, but so many places do it and it pisses me off. It's upsetting. I fucking hate it. I bought this one. I like the design. If it'd been more than $5, I wouldn't have bought it. Because I don't really like ghouls just want to have fun, but I do like the design in of itself. Why is it so zoomed in? Jesus Christ. Can we... There. But I like the design in of itself. It was only $5, so... And I already had free shipping, so, you know. Okay, from my understanding, third space is the idea of a public space where you can just go and hang out, not a place to just buy stuff, but like socialize with the community. There's not many of those around anymore, at least ones that aren't centered around intoxicating yourself. Yeah, which is why it's so hard for me to make friends in person. A, because of my sleep schedule. B, because I don't like to drink. C, because I don't like to leave my house. But I don't drink, so it's hard to... I can't just go to a bar and like... I mean, I could. Technically, I can go to a bar and not order alcohol, but that feels weird. Like, I feel like that's sus as fuck to just... As a guy, to just go to a bar and not order anything to drink and just talk to people. I also tend to bond better with women in person for obvious reasons. I've got a lot more in common with them. I can't breathe. I keep getting like a line where I just can't, it just like stops up, but it's not full. It's just like a bubble, I guess, in my nose where I can't breathe through my nose. So the little popping sound you hear is just a bubble changing where I can breathe out. But then I breathe in again, and it really fucks up. I hate it. And I blow my nose, and it doesn't fix the problem. Ah! I hate it. I hate congestion. Was my package ever delivered? Oh, the ramp is fucked up. And I've been waiting on one of my favorite artists on like Pluto to put out merch. I was hoping he would restock his old merch. Can we zoom back in to 100%, please? This isn't 100%. This is zoomed out, you fucking bitch. Oh my god. Fine. I was hoping he would restock his old stuff because I really like this tie-dye tee because it's simple, but it's merch. But it's been like 2 years and it's not restocked, so I don't think he's ever gonna. And like, I like these designs and the designs on the front. But I am poor at the moment, so I can't buy it. Which is, I guess, for the best. I'm mostly just waiting on him to put his stuff out on vinyl so I can put those up on my wall. Because I know the art's going to be fucking fire. Because his album art is always phenomenal. So that's what I'm waiting on. But the art he commissions is always great. I don't think he designs it himself. I would buy a shirt with the Grim Reaper on it if it was on the front, but it's on the fucking back. No. It also isn't a zip hoodie, it's just an overhead hoodie, and I've already got plenty of those. I've bought plenty of those recently. I don't need more. I've got 4. That's already plenty. That's more than enough. The t-shirt, the Cherry Blossom Nightmare t-shirt is probably the only one I would buy. I don't really like the design of these ones. But displate. I wish I had the money for displate. I would be buying displate all the time. So it's probably for the best that I don't have the money for it. I also really like the Cherry Blossom Nightmare album, so that's additionally another reason to get the merch for it. It's also not a terribly priced merch shirt. Merch shirts are often expensive, but yeah. I think I'm gonna find a way to like mount the posters that I have and then in a way where I can swap them out with this one, because this one's just on a command strip. So if I can find a way to like buy some cheap cardboard or like poster board or something that I can attach the posters to, and then put the poster board on the command strip on the wall, I can swap that one out whenever I want to the other ones that I have. So essentially it's just displate, but significantly cheaper because I can buy cardboards for super cheap. I can also probably just get it for free when I order shit from Amazon, which I do all the fucking time. So, you know, I'd probably just go to Walmart and buy some poster board and cut it out to the right size that I need for each poster. I wish, also Displate doesn't have designs that I want. I wanted, was it Ghost of Tsushima? I think was one of the ones that I wanted from Displate. But they didn't have any fucking designs for it. I was upset. I was like one of the most popular games to come out in a while, and y'all don't have any fucking designs for this shit? What the hell? It's wild that this is the longest stream I've had in a hot second. That's disturbing. I mean, it's definitely him, but he looks weird without hair. It looks wrong. He looks wrong bald. It doesn't work for him. It's definitely, like, if I cover his head, his forehead. If I scroll down a little bit. Look at that, Robert Pattinson. But I scroll up and I'm like, ugh. What do you mean, jerk? Jesus. That would have ended poor. Like, those are expensive. Those are like $60 a piece? $50 a piece. Have they got any Ghost of Tsushima? No, they don't. Fucking assholes. Yeah, they don't. They still don't. I used to check every once in a while, but now I've just deemed it as a good reason to not dip into the company because they're fucking expensive anyways, so. I mean, they're expensive for a reason because it's a quality product. I understand why it's expensive, but that doesn't change the fact that it's fucking expensive as shit, so. You know. I don't remember this episode. What? I just found some art from... Oh, my package is 10 stops away. It was supposed to get here by 5 o'clock. It's 4:51, so it better be close. Yeah, I don't have access to... I can't watch Netflix on my TV anymore. I can watch it on my phone, though. But I can't cast it from my phone to my TV. Because it stops me from doing that. But I can watch it on my little phone screen. Don't understand it. What's this one called? The Same Old Story. It says this artwork is from an episode of Love, Death, and Robots, but I don't recognize it. It's not an episode. Weird. It's gorgeous art. I love it. It's very relevant. It's gorgeous, especially with this one. Google. It's a Google phone. Sorry, I got a spam message about a package has arrived at the warehouse and cannot be delivered due to incomplete address information. I've apparently got 3 of them that have been blocked since October 14th. But I've received all the packages that I've ordered through that, with the exception of one, and I got the wrong package in like the wrong item in its stead. So it's not like the item wasn't delivered, I got the wrong one. I got some random bullshit instead. This one, the specific art, yeah, absolutely. I think if I just send the link, that opened the right one. Got the burps today also. I'm not sure what that's about. So I'm probably not going to act on the spam message because I think it is actually just spam. Because they always manage to deliver my shit. Also, the only way it would be incomplete delivery information is if they think I have the wrong apartment number, because mine is underground. The apartment number is different than if it wasn't underground, so that throws them off sometimes. But if they don't know if it's the right apartment number, they would just take it to the mailroom because it's USPS. So they can just take it to the mailroom. They don't need me to give a more specific address when there's a mailroom, and they know there's a mailroom for these buildings. So that's why I don't worry about it, because especially with USPS, because they know. So, but they've not had any trouble getting me my shit before, so they shouldn't have any trouble with whatever the fuck this is, if it is anything. Ah. That feels random, Jimmy. I would like this package to get here while I'm sitting here, but I'll just have to show y'all tomorrow. Oh, it was delivered. It was left in the mailroom. It was $25, and I have a $25 Amazon gift card, so I didn't use it to buy it, but I saw it at work, and I was like, oh my god, this is great, I need to buy this. And so I did. I did buy it. Should I have? Probably not. Did I anyways? Should I? Okay, so this is a comment someone left on one of Luxeria's videos. Luxeria is a trans woman on YouTube. So this should be interesting. It's very long. So I'm somebody who is totally for the trans community. I don't really care what people do with their bodies. Without being said, I assume they meant to say with that. With that being said, I am also a conservative. I am part of the group that is saying things as well. And I don't think it's hate towards trans people. I believe that it is people being sick of things being pushed down, period, our children's throat by certain groups of the ABC Mafia. Honestly, I stand with all of you in your decision to be who you want to be, because it doesn't make my life any different. And if you're happy, why should I care? I just hate that people can't talk and understand each other, because if we could, our world would be so much better. I agree with that. I am just sick of being called names because I'm part of a group that a lot of people are bad in. And the other side is the same. A lot of people are bad, but also have good people too. I just wish that we all can all love each other and respect each other's decisions as adults if it does not affect us. We ain't shoving it down nobody's throats, is the thing that always gets to me. It's adorable. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I can justify spending $50 on bathroom decor either. That's a lot of money for bathroom decor. It's a gorgeous design, though. I do love it. It's very minimalistic. I love the same thing photoshopped onto different walls. It's cute. EU production for guaranteed quality. We love. None of this made in America stuff, huh? Shall we do a couple Reddit before calling it a day? Oddly, this has been the most interactive and the longest one I've done in a hot second, so. Oh, there's a sale. That's why you're buying. They've always got a sale going on, though. Oh, another reason I can't justify buying the Unlike Pluto merch right now isn't just because I'm poor, but because I want to eventually buy the vinyls, maybe multiple vinyls later. So I can't buy a shirt now because I want to buy the others later because I don't need both. So doesn't mean I won't turn around and go buy the shirt, but you know, in a month once I have the money. It doesn't mean I won't turn around and go buy it. But in theory, it would be good to not. We'll see how that goes. Alright. We'll read these 3 that I had saved, and then we will call it a day because it's been 4 hours, and I have not slept since 9 p.m. yesterday, and it is 5 p.m. today. Oddly though, I don't feel as tired as I usually do partway through one of these streams. Maybe it's the rage. It's probably the rage keeping me awake. I will absolutely take a nap after stream is over, don't worry. I will nap when stream is over. I promise. Even if I just lay on the couch for 3 hours and I don't sleep, I will lay down. I promise. I promise. Alright. Let me turn my music down a little bit for me and for you. It's a little loud for me to talk over. There we go. That's better. My back hurts. Which is weird. I'll blame it on being sick. Alrighty. I, 32 male, and my wife, 35 female. She is suggesting we open our marriage to my childhood friend. Alright, trigger warning, racial fetishization, mood spoiler, yikes. Originally posted to relationship advice on July 17th of 2023. My wife and I have been together for 10 years, married for 8, and now have 2 small kids together. She is the love of my life, and I could not imagine myself with anyone else. About 3 years into our marriage, she started to show attraction to Asian characters in shows and movies that we watched together on our weekly movie nights. At first, I brushed it off as a joke, but I realized she was serious about a month ago when we started watching Chicago Med. She joked often of wanting one of the characters, Dr. Choi, and her to be her doctor so he could, quote, feel her up. I laughed along until she insisted we stop watching when Dr. Choi got into a relationship with another doctor. Thinking about it now, throughout our entire relationship with Asian men... Sorry, I've read that wrong. Thinking about it now, throughout our entire relationship, Asian men caught her attention. For the past few years, she's been obsessed with the popular K-pop members, joking how she would rather be with Eric Mun than Jimin, even going as far to say that she's disappointed she got stuck with a white man and that our babies aren't as cute. A friend of mine since childhood is Korean and visits with us often. He and my wife have become friends. I always thought she acted weird around him, but I never took it personally until last night. As I was cleaning dinner, she put the kids to bed and asked to sit down and have a talk about something important. I was hesitant, but agreed. She started it by saying that she didn't feel like our sex life was as fulfilling as it used to be, and I was taken aback and asked what I could do to bring her more fulfillment. She suggested we bring a third person into our sex life. I instantly knew she had someone in mind despite her denying it. After an hour of talking in circles, she revealed that she had been having sexual thoughts and urges regarding my childhood friend that she suggested I watch. I was stunned and I told her I didn't want to discuss this anymore and slept in the living room. She took the kids to school this morning and went to help her sister pack as she is moving soon. The sister, I assume. We haven't spoken since last night and I don't know what to do. I'm sat in my car outside my office writing this. I don't want to go home and see her knowing what she is thinking about. I think I want a divorce as she's clearly no longer the woman I fell in love with, and I suspect she has already acted upon her urges with him. Is that too big of a jump over a sexual fantasy? TLDR, my wife suggested that I watch her be intimate with my childhood friend. Is divorce too extreme of a response? I spoke with my friend and my wife after I returned home from work. I have now posted an update. Thank you all very much for the advice and support. Those of you who notice saying this is fake or some fetish post, I'm a grown man distraught over my marriage ending. Not a creep on the internet looking for pleasure over my fake wife cheating. That's creepy, yeah. Divorce her. That's weird. And racist. And creepy. Nope. Divorce. I agree. It is
Divorce.
Divorce. Much divorce. All of the divorce. And this is the update 8 days later. First of all, I want to thank your community for the support. I'm sorry for the late update. Things have been busy around my house. To fill you all in relatively quickly, I returned home the night I made the post, and my wife and I were still not speaking. I waited until she was putting the kids to bed to make a call to my friend. I wanted to talk to him alone. I slipped outside and made the call. I told him everything. He told me he was so sorry for me and that my wife's behavior was disgusting. He then confessed to me that a few years into my wife and I's marriage, she, drunk, made a move on him at a mutual friend's party. It began as flirting, and my friend was not entertaining it. She kissed him and left the party early. I asked him why he never told me about it. He said that he didn't want to ruin our marriage over something she did while drunk. They never spoke about it and continued as normal friends. Fair. Now that a week has passed, I figured out that this party aligns with the start of her strange behavior towards Asian men in media. I thanked him for sharing this with me and hung up. I immediately went inside and confronted my wife. I was officially disgusted with her for pushing a kiss on my friend and suggested I watch her be with him. I told her exactly how I was feeling and what my friend had told me. My wife admitted she only asked to open our bedroom to him because she had feelings for him for years and wanted to keep herself from cheating on me. I explained that she already had and wrecked the foundation of our relationship. I told her we were divorcing, not to try and stop me. I was not changing my mind. Good for you. In the last week, I have been staying with friends and family. She has done nothing but harass me via my number. I am proud to say that I've given her no attention. I still see her while stopping by my house during the day for my kids. They are too young to understand what is going on. As I mentioned in my last post, they attend a daycare and schooling program for young children during the summer. As a result, I never spend long in the house and typically leave while taking them there. Sorry. She won't mention it in front of them, so it hasn't been an issue. I have been seeking out a lawyer for divorce proceedings and looking for an apartment in my kids' school district. I feel freed. Many of you are right. Our marriage has been dead for a very long time. I'm not sure if I can ever see my friend the same way. I want to start therapy and try to work on it. He's been a very close friend since childhood, and I would hate to lose him. My friend and family have been very supportive, so have most of you on Reddit. You've helped me very much and made me feel valid in my feelings. Thank you all for that. I'm going through with divorcing my wife after she suggested we open our marriage to my childhood friend. Thanks so much for the advice on not leaving the house. I will be returning to spending nights there immediately. I don't want to risk losing my kids. That was definitely a story. That was definitely a story. All right. Relevant comments. Get back to the house immediately, as it could be seen as you abandoning the kids at the house. True. I only do not sleep at the house. I go while my kids are there and leave while they are gone and spend the nights away. The home is owned by my wife's parents, so she is not leaving. I am there every day. Their daycare schooling program has those who drop off their children sign them in with both the children's name and yours. This is proof I've been seeing my kids for the last week and driving them there. I have this and many photos of my children from the last week. This situation is extremely temporary as I now have a move-in date for an apartment nearby. Does this all work well for me? I really doubt she will fight me on custody at all. In the brief conversations we have brought up, we seem to agree 50-50. Is this a fetish? I am replying to comments regarding legal help or advice about what to do with my wife and kids. I'm not replying to comments about her having a fetish. I think you're all correct about that, but it is not my focus in any way. I'm worried about my children. Fair. Yeah. The level of fetishization to immediately assume that the friend would be on board with it if the husband said yes. It's as though she is seeing the friend as an object who would go along with her whims. I agree. Especially when he already turned her down, yeah. Yeah, that's really weird. It's definitely weird, but not as juicy as I was expecting it to be. All right. Am I the asshole for refusing to speak to my mom after 35 years of no contact now that she is old? Okay, so I, 56 female, have been total no contact with my mother for 35 years because she married 8 times, had 6 kids, all different fathers, and parentified me since I was 10. She allowed SA to happen to all 3 of us girls and actually told me to shut up, he didn't hurt you, when she walked in and saw it happening to me. She lied about who my father was, and I didn't find out until I was 50 and did one of those DNA tests. I am the only child that went to college and made a life for myself, with the others are all druggies. Whew. So I get a Facebook message from her oldest one, the one that did the essay she saw, saying I need to pitch in to take care of her since she is not doing well. So my anxiety is off the charts. I need to say that they all live in the Southwest and I live on the East Coast. Getting far away. Smart. I replied that if he contacted me again, I would call the police. Now the sisters are trying to get me to take her in as you have a big place and money. I haven't spoken to my siblings in over a decade. I told them that they have no idea what is going on in my life, so kick rocks. Fair. So am I the asshole for continuing my no contact with them all? No. Okay, folks, hope this is the way to update. I decided... Sorry. Ugh. I decided to do what like 100% of you all said. I sent a group email to a lot of them telling them that I would not be engaging in their theatrics, they could figure out what to do with the mommy dearest, and I will not be a part of the solution. I said I will be blocking all of them, and if they contacted me in any way, shape, or form, law enforcement would be contacted. Then just for good measure, I told them all to fuck all the way off and have the day they deserve. Thanks everyone for reaffirming what I knew was right. Block them all. Yes. Not the asshole. Not the asshole. Not the asshole. This is pretty obvious not the asshole. Yeah, I agree. I also basically said no before even reading the post itself. Block everyone, move, change your name, dye your hair, consider plastic surgery, and never ever do publicly available DNA test. Edit 3, so you already did the DNA test. Your best bet is a pack of angry Jack Russell Terriers guarding the perimeter of your home. A bit more juicy. I agree. No contact forever. And the last one is just a basic old insane parent. Alrighty. The finale. Check this out. I don't know which one this is. When I was there actively being your dad, putting up with your mother's gaslighting, mind games, which she admitted to, you were a star in the band, speeding through art and computer art, and within a year of me trying to get better for myself, which I needed obviously after what I'd been going through, you had started drinking, smoking, and cutting yourself. Damn, I thought my mom sucked. Yours is way worse. Yet you immediately started to side with her, even though I had been nothing but a beacon of support for you your entire life. What the fuck happened? I just don't get it, and I keep pretending I can stop caring, but that's impossible. I keep pretending that you'll wake up tomorrow and remember the truth, but that's not gonna happen either. Is it? Change your fucking name, pretender. You're a fucking last name, and that's why you are smart, creative. Is that the only one? Aw, that was boring. God damn it. Why? I hate when they're boring. No, no. No. The answer to this one is no. Oh, no, there's more. Okay, cool. Never mind. There is more. This one's not an am I the asshole. This is just a narcissistic parent. This is r/narcissism. Narcissistic parents. Raised by narcissistic parents. r/insane parents. Response. I am not the things I am because of either my parents' bloodline. That is stupid. I will say my interpretation of how you both influenced me growing up helped me become who I am today, but all my choices are my own, and I decide who I am. I don't regret the choices I made growing up, and I would not change them. I am happy for the mistakes I did make and how I learned from them. I am glad I am over it all, and have spent the past couple of years being an adult. I don't need to escape to be happy. I got it over with. I learned how to control myself instead of learning how to be controlled. Mom was not a good parent, but the difference is that her apologies are never followed by buts, and she actively works to better for her children and for herself. She takes full responsibility for her mistakes. I have seen you fall into the same cycle over and over. As badly as I want you to be a father, I don't think it's fair for me to set myself up for a result I've seen countless times. I've had to work on myself hard to change how your actions in my childhood made me see life. I don't want to ruin that progress. I'm currently pursuing a career in art. I have a job. I still make an effort to learn new instruments, and I'm stable and happy. I did that. No one else. As for my name, that's Facebook. I haven't used that in ages, along with any other social media. My name is still last name, but I could care less what I'm called. It doesn't define anything. I am me, and that's it. Please stop contacting me unless you truly take the time to work on yourself and change for the better. The world is not out to get you, and you're a great man deep down, and I know that. But currently your bitterness and spite is not a thing I can allow into my life. All your actions are your own, and every consequence you face is from a decision you made. As soon as you can accept that, then the sooner you can accept, then the sooner you'll be happy. Thank you. Fabulous. Fabulous response. Fabulous response. That deserves a round of applause. That deserves a round of applause. Phenomenally worded. We love growth. We love self-development. We love standing up for ourselves. We love it. We love it. We love it. And we fully support it in this house. Right here. Absolutely. Alrighty. Let's see how good this reply is. Alright. This should be entertaining. I will take your silence as you agreeing with every word I said. Silence? I'm sorry. Can I just reopen that tab real quick? This long ass... This is silence? The math ain't mathin'. I will take your silence as you agreeing with every word I said, as in that it's all truth. Truth as in fact. Do you understand that word really means? It means that I can hold on to it through any mind game you try to pull. Trick I had to learn from being married to Satan. The truth or fact of a situation cannot be changed. Play any game you want. You want to holler at me about taking responsibility, you incredibly misguided piece of loose paper in the wind? Then start. Say you're sorry for completely ignoring me. Oh, once they go into the fucking metaphors, it's when you know they're all lost. Apologize for all your mom's mistakes, as it appears you represent her now, at least ever since I nailed down that she fucked family friend, all of fucking losers, as well as God knows who else she was fucking throughout your baby years. Come on, hit me some more of that I'm blank and I know everything attitude, please. No, not surprised. You got nothing to say to any of the truth. You only talk when it's part of your game, not when it really matters. Huh? Talk to you again in a couple years when I get so desperate to hear from you that I'll forgive you your continued mistakes just to hear from you. That's a rad relationship, right? But like I said, it's a fact. It's what you want. You have basked in the darkness of me leaving since day one, blaming me for it all along the way, despite the fact I was playing with loaded dice. 2025? Talk to you then if I'm still alive, like you fucking care. It's just dripping. It's just dripping. Art. Frame it and put it in a museum. Oh, he wasn't done. Hold on, he wasn't done. Let's see, that one was from May 13th at 12 p.m. May 20th, 5 p.m. So much for see you in a few years. See, I have my problems. I haven't lied about that. I don't blame your mom for anything since our divorce. I've been fighting for your forgiveness since I can remember. Amazing. Jesus. Alright, the context. I was no contact with my dad for 3 years since I was 16, since he threatened to kill my mother and I for being women. Until he sent that text from the first picture. It's 3 years and then that was the first... Oh, wow. Okay. He constantly tried to contact me before through new numbers, but I'd always block them. Oh, okay. My mom finally divorced him when I was 12 since he was an alcoholic and physically abused her, which I witnessed. He pretends like it never happened and that my mom is the devil. After he left, I reached puberty and was faced with a lot of big and confusing emotions about my childhood, which did in fact cause me to cope in unhealthy ways. But of course he had to use it as a weapon against my mother. I no longer blame my dad for my teenage actions, but I don't blame my mom either. They were my own decisions and I decided how I would deal with my problems. As stupid as they were, if it isn't already obvious from just these texts, he's incredibly manipulative and narcissistic. Which I thank him for, since I can spot it from a mile away now. My dad cheated on my mom, I witnessed it. My mom, on the other hand, was the only one who worked and supported my brothers and I. For what I saw growing up, I had no motherfucking time to cheat. I could go on and on about this dude that helped make me, but that'd take days. About my name, I used my mom's maiden name on Facebook when I was 13 in teen angst. He obviously hated that and still dwells over it. I don't think I've used Facebook since I was 13, along with Snaps and Insta. Reddit is the most I use other than YouTube. Yikes. Yikes indeed. I can only think of one or two very specific instances where one parent should refer to the other as Satan in front of their child. And I'm guessing your mom isn't a serial killer or a child molester, so your dad is wrong. Yeah. Hey, if a parent is actually literally Satan and OP is the Antichrist, I'm sure that would be an acceptable use. New fun little backstory to add to this whole situation. The fact that he had the unmitigated gall to say, I don't blame your mom for anything after that rant is mind-blowing, right? The 180 was wild. He rapidly disintegrated between his first and second message. Yeah. You should see the text that made me go not contact him in the first place. He literally had a list of women who've wronged him, and my mom and I were on it. I was 16. Jesus. Apologize for your mom's mistakes. Nope, done. That's some bullshit. Yep. The part that irks me the most for some reason is the come up with a comeback. Nothing? Huh? Not surprised. Being all in one message. Like, buddy, what kind of weirdo monologue is this? That bothered me too. He's just having some imaginary argument with himself. Like he expected her to respond before he ever sent the message. I don't know. It was so fucking weird. Well, he can't hear 50% of the population, so I guess most talking for him is a monologue. True. Did he must have had you blocked and not realize it. After all, the first words he sent after your message was, that silence means you agree with me. He never got your message? That's the only way that line makes any sense at all, and that's saying something because you clearly weren't silent. OP says, that's what I thought at first until the rest of the message. He clearly read what I wrote. I can possibly amount it to that he saw my message so vapid he equated it to silence, or maybe I didn't respond to one specific thing, which means I was silent. You never know with him. That's, yeah. Night, Jimmy. I'm almost done anyways. Once I'm done with this post, I'll be done. You're a huge person for not blaming your dad because, from the sounds of it, it's 100% his fault. What a piece of shit. My God, I'm so sorry. I know I have every right to blame him, but I know that I decide how to feel, and why should I allow him to play such a role in my life, you know? Someone's been to therapy. Not just manipulative and narcissistic, but misogynistic as well. Sent his 16-year-old daughter a list of women who wronged me and had her name on it. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Indeed. Alright, I'm so sorry this is what you have to navigate, and that he made threats to your life. I'm glad your mom was able to get you and your brothers out before a true tragedy happened. Also, I applaud both you and your mom for recognizing your missteps in life, taking accountability, and working every day to overcome the challenges you faced. No parent is perfect, but an imperfect parent who tries to do better each day is better than a parent who doesn't feel they should have to try. That's where I'm at with mine. That's where I'm at with mine. It's on them to repair this relationship, because they're the ones who broke it. And when my mom comes to me one day in the future, whether it be next week or 10 years from now, she's gonna have to start with an apology. Because quite frankly, that's what I'm owed, in my opinion. She's just gonna have to start with an apology, and then she's gonna have to back up that apology with actions after that. Or a lot of money. One of the two. I will take a large sum of cash over an apology, if she is willing to give it. So, I can be negotiated with. Alrighty, that's gonna do it. 4.5 hours is plenty. I haven't done one this long in a minute. Well, I guess the House of Ashes one was that long. And Man of Medan. But I haven't done a just chatting stream this long since the beginning of the month, so it's been a hot second. Hell yeah, all the dollars. Give me them dollars. Alrighty, I'm gonna go out in the 40-degree cold and go get my package, and then spend the rest of my time this evening not leaving my apartment. Or after the walk, I'm gonna, or I guess I can do the walk later, wake myself up. Nah, I'm gonna go on and take my nap. I'll just, if it's colder out, it's not really a big deal. The sun's gonna go down, it's gonna get cold, I don't give a fuck. It's cold now, so what's 20 more degrees? I'll go on and take the nap now while I'm sleepy. The walk will wake me up. So, that'll do it for today. I'll see y'all tomorrow, most likely playing Spider-Man. If that changes, obviously, I'll let you know before I go live. But have a good evening, sleep well, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Free Palestine.